morning, and welcome to the classiest place on earth.
I hope you're awake. Welcome to Saturday, I guess. Hail the Dank Lord. How the fuck are you?
Such a good song. Does anyone else think of Mean Girls immediately? Because Katie does. Good fucking morning. Happy Saturday, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Did you have private loans for school? Andrew, I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea. My loans changed hands so many fucking times before I paid them. I don't know. Seriously, like maybe Kendo, you fucking generous hoe. Thank you so much for the 1,000 biddies. Jesus Christ, Katie. Thank you, you generous fuck. I appreciate you. I know this song. I always think of Mean Girls. I think of all the Mean Girls coming into the room. It's the first thing that comes into my mind. It's such a good song. Thank you, Kent. What the fuck, cocky? Thank you so much for some of the class, keeping the classy alive and giving an 8 swings. I mean, for gift for 420 biddies. My God. Can you tell I just woke up? I might have slept in. Oops. Thank you for the biddies. Happy fucking Saturday. I cleaned my bong, but I need to load a bowl and clean my bowl. It's gross. I hope you're all doing well. Not generous hoe. Well, I mean, still a generous hoe. An insanely generous hoe. Just like, I fuck up because I'm an idiot and it's early. That's my excuse. Ashley, oh my God, that tweet you tagged me in. What the fucking hell? I have to read that to everybody in chat real quick. That is just. What? Oh, man. That's the dumbest shit ever. Ooh, question. If I can, you can always ask a question, Ashley. That's what I live for. I know you have bipolar. We've talked about that, but do you have any experience around BPD? Bipolar disorder, or are we talking, isn't there another thing with BPD? Do you mean bipolar disorder, or do you mean, God, what is it? No, I'm thinking of DID. Borderline, that's what it is. Yes, borderline personality disorder. I do actually. One of my sister, who unfortunately herself had it. Thanks for the hype train, y'all. I do. Yeah. Gemini, you did the hype. You instigated that hype train, bitch. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it swings for so fucking long.
21 goddamn months. Damn. Cheers.
Was the interest outrageous? Because I'm short 29,000 for the nursing school, and this 29,000 is going to turn into 118,000 by the time I finish paying it, and that 29,000 is for one of 3 years. Oh yeah, the interest is ridiculous. Oh my God, the interest was dude. Seriously, no joke, Andrew. When I was paying on my loans, I graduated with like around 90 grand of loans at the end of all of it, after all my degrees and everything. And in order to just scrape the top of the principal loan, I was paying $1,200 or more a month just as a minimum payment on my loans. My minimum payment was only $250, but that literally I would pay on my loans until I died. Like I would have never touched the principal of the loan. They are crazy. Student loans should be illegal. They're fucking crazy. I mean, the way that they work them should be illegal, I should say. They are wild. Oh, insomnia is the worst. Noble, I'm so sorry. I always think of that line from Fight Club. When you have insomnia, you're never really asleep or awake. Everything's just a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. Looking at some of the humans I put my penis in, I'm 100% a generous hoe. Fucking A, you are. I'm going to lurk and listen for oh my God, Roxy, of course. I hope you have a beautiful day. I just got a new diagnosis and I'm struggling about it. Did you get diagnosed with BPD? What are you, like, can you, first off, you're still the same person regardless of whatever name they put on you, right? You're still Ashley. You're still the same person you were before they threw that fucking diagnosis at you. That, I think, is the most important thing to embrace. I'm still Katie, even though I was diagnosed with bipolar. I'm not bipolar. I have bipolar. You know what I mean? I don't know if that helps at all. Kendo, what the fuck? Thank you, you silly fucking. Oh my god, wait. Crispy resubbed? I missed some resubs. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Crispy, thank you so much for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it an for 37 fucking months. Slowly getting close to my actual age. Oh my god, don't freak out. Thank you for the resub, love. Oh, I know. It's disgusting. 1,200 is my mortgage. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And this is the thing. This is why I get like kind of irrationally upset when some older people will make comments like millennials aren't buying houses and they're not participating in the economy and all they're doing is traveling and buying drugs and they're ruining the world. How am I supposed to do anything when until I die I'm paying $1,200 a month on an education that you can't take away from me? You can't scrape it out my brain. It's mine. Like, what am I supposed to fucking do? Give me a solution. No one's making more than that. Like, that's insane. Kendo, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs in the chat. Let me welcome these fucking amazing butt wizards to the channel. Synesthesia, Lord Hybrid Toxic, Shitty Walk, Catty Wampus, Nerve Wrecked, Inked Bee, Meebo, Thought Nasty, Yummy, Food Slaps, and Sloppy Hermit. You're all about. That's such Sloppy Hermit. Shut up. I love your name. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways, because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. Thank you for being here today. I'm on Twitch front page. Am I on the front page, or like the carousel? I get stuck on the carousel every once in a while because Twitch has like an pre-approved list of streamers who are considered safe to throw on the front page when they don't have anyone on the front page, or if someone doesn't show up for like a scheduled front page moment, and I'm on that list. Cox and come, everyone. Cox and come. Ooh, oh my god, Vissy, are you excited? Did you get the same one I have? I hope it works for you, because ashtrays are pretty darn thick. Thank you for the hype train, y'all. If you don't know what a hype train is, you get free emotes from Twitch by throwing money at a streamer. That's it. I appreciate you if you do, but I love you if you don't still. Thank you. It helps. I'm just struggling hard. They changed my meds. I'm struggling like personally, mostly with, I don't know the technical term, but the constant self-hating inner voice. Man, Ashley, I completely... Like, I so hard remember feeling. I mean, I still have guilt. Like, I don't know if there's a better word to put to it, but I still have guilt around, like, why me? Like, how come I have to take meds every day to not want to die, but there are other people who just wake up not wanting to die? And I get pissed about that sometimes. And then I take my meds and I'm better. But I mean, I don't think that ever goes away. You just kind of get angry because it's like, I don't know, man. I totally understand. I know what you mean. Like I've been there. It's the weirdest, like, I still have it every once in a while. Like, I just have these moments where it's like, why the fuck do I have to take drugs to just feel okay? And there are other people who just roll the dice. They get to feel okay. It's like, what's her name? Taylor Tomlinson says, if you don't know what serotonin is, don't worry. You've got enough. It's great. You know what I mean? It's hard. I get it. I don't think that struggle ever goes away. Oh my God, serious. Cheers. So the Twitch's rules, for real, I'm never one to like break rules on purpose. This is my livelihood. So Twitch's rules are you can't do anything illegal. Weed's recreationally legal where I live, so I can smoke all I want. It's the fucking tits. I'm loading a bowl and then we can cheers. Kendo, oh my God. Thank you so much for the oh my God. Should we play Hi Ren for Ashley? Ashley, have you ever heard of Ren or the song Hi Ren? Default mode is not a battle. That's the thing, right? It's fucking crazy. I love Taylor too. She fucking drives me nuts. I love her. She's so relatable. It's the hardest same. And like lately, it's just I don't feel seen. I don't know how to explain it or what to do. All I can do is just tell Joe, I know he doesn't care or love me, which deep down I know doesn't make sense. 10 years and all, but what the fuck? No, I get it. It's like, and it's so hard because in the state of mind, if you're anywhere where I was when I was like getting diagnosed and messing with my meds and all that, well, the doctor was messing with my meds and all that kind of stuff. It's really, really hard because you're frustrated, you're angry, you are neurospicy, which makes everything more fun and exciting, and you feel like almost betrayed by life. Like, what the fuck? I've made it this long, and suddenly you're throwing this shit at me, and I got to deal with a whole new handbasket of crap. Fuck. And like, this is what I realized about myself is that when I am angry, I can't think of another word for it, just like the deep seated frustration, the pit of despair, where it's like, I'm bipolar, I'm OCD, I'm ADHD. Like, I have to take meds. Otherwise, I seriously want to die. I want to end my own life, not to be completely real. And that's fucked up. And I get really angry about that. And I know myself, my anger, my frustrations, my anger, whatever the fuck my emotion is, it will find a target. And not outwardly, like I'm not going to physically attack someone, but it will find a target. And I start twisting all of my, because I was talking about this the other day, Ashley, but like the way I think of like our neurospiciness, for lack of a better general term for all of us, is like it's like we have a compound fracture in our leg, but no one can see it. Therefore, we're not validated in our injury. But if you went to work with your fucking bone sticking out of your shin, everyone universally would be like, "What the fuck are you doing? Go to the doctor." You know what I mean? But our compound fracture is up here and no one can see it. And so it almost feels like you feel like you're faking it. You're not faking it, but you feel like other people are going to put that on you like you're faking it because they can't see it. And it's like, how the fuck do you prove to people that you're screaming on the inside? And so, I don't know, I feel that. And so sometimes what I'll do is I'll, like, instead of just sitting in the spiral thoughts of my partner hates me, they deserve better, they don't love me, my life is terrible, I should crawl in a hole and just, like, die in the darkness. I know it sounds super fucking lame. Journal. There's no such thing as hijacking. Mental health is the most important thing in this channel, and you know that. And I love you. Not like fucking bullet journaling or whatever these fucking Pinterest people are doing. Get a napkin and a pencil and start vomiting on the paper. Literally. Every single thought you have, verbatim. Don't change it. Don't change it just so it looks prettier on paper. Write down every fucking thing that is going through your head. Then step back and read it out loud. It's enlightening. I don't know what is different. This song is so perfect for this. I don't know what is so different about it. Like, in my head, when I just let this thought spiral, I make sense of them and they seem more real. Like, I can make sense of craziness in my head. But the moment I write it down, the exact crazy thought, you can't change it. You got to write down what you were thinking. And you read it out loud to yourself, you're like, oh, that's crazy. It helps so much. I mean, I've been doing it for so many years now because I have a really hard tendency to spiral like that if I just sit in it. If I just saturate myself, like, and try to ignore it, basically. If I'm just like, it'll go away, I'm gonna physically, like, uh, I'm going to, what's the word? I'm gonna, like, occupy myself physically and turn the invasive thoughts off. They don't go away, they just get worse. You have to get them out. And I don't know what it is, but writing them down and reading them out loud, suddenly my brain goes, oh, that's crazy. But if I just let it spiral, my brain's like, no, that's real. That's real. Everyone else is crazy. And I don't know, but I hope that might help a little. It's the worst. It's the worst. I mean, man. Everything is awful. Everything sucks until you take the drugs. No, there's no such thing as a hijack, and I love you. That mental health is so fucking important, Ashley. You know that. It's not. Life isn't fair, and I think just accepting that is part of adulthood. It sucks. I can't lick my elbow, I know. I've tried. I wish. We can't do everything, right? Thoughts, oh my god, and that's Ashley. Oh, cocky, bless your heart. That was something my therapist said to me a few weeks ago. Maybe it was a few months ago. I don't remember. I tweeted it because it blew me away. My therapist likes to just throw bombs at me, like after I, vomit all my craziness at her. And the one she threw at me in the past couple weeks was thoughts are not facts, Katie. Ow, therapist lady. Ow. Lil's doing so much better. Thank you for asking. I'm still keeping her doped up. I've got her on not doped up, but I gave her CBD treats, so she's just calmer. But by last night, she started like not holding her leg up anymore. It was a little tender, and then this morning, it's like nothing. She's fine. So I think she must have pulled a muscle, but seriously, just keeping her calm on a leash, not running around and re-stretching her leg has helped a lot. I haven't been diagnosed, but everyone tells me I'm ADHD. I'm happily married and love my job. I would get up in the morning, get dressed, and then start crying, not just wanting to go to work. I struggled with it, but I just try to push through it, give myself shit saying I'm lazy. I do that too. I do that too. It's the worst. I love you, girls. Seriously, we can always. I mean, first off, I feel like I can flex on the fact that I can hold more than one conversation at a time. I'm pretty good at that. The fact that it's text and I can go reread it is the best. But also, your mental health is more important than anything. Period. BPD is just a fucking human made word to define the way your neurochemicals fire in your brain differently. That's all. That's it. At its base. Literally, that's it. The shit in your head fires differently, and there's a name. That's it. It's literally it. You're still the same person. You're exactly the same person. The way I tried, and this is taking me years to deal with. It's not like I went to therapy one day, was bipolar, and like, I'm perfect now. But one thing I do is I look at my diagnosis as a tool instead of a definition of myself. Like, bipolar is not who I am. I don't define myself as bipolar. By having the diagnosis of bipolar gives me a tool to where when I start feeling off kilter or I start feeling, when you're just not feeling right, you're feeling a little extra spicy, maybe Indian spicy, you know what I'm saying? When you're feeling that way, I can go and read about bipolar, or I can identify that, this is just something that's going on inside of me. It's nothing external that's causing it. No one in my life did this. I'm not doing this to myself. It's an acknowledgement as opposed to just sitting lost in it. Because I remember when I was a kid, I think I've told you guys this before, but like, not even, I mean, up until I was diagnosed, up until I was like 27 years old, I would wake up every single day and open my eyes, my alarm would go off, and I would have to sit there in bed and figure out who the fuck was I that day. I didn't get to choose, not like that. I just didn't know. And I thought everyone was like that. I thought everyone woke up on the wrong side of the bed every day. I thought waking up on the wrong side of the bed was a real thing. Because depending on how my body decided to be, I could be manic or I could be a fucking cunt. I could literally be evil incarnate. And I didn't have control over it. And so every morning I would lay in bed and like feel myself and be like, what is your emotion today? And then from that moment on, the rest of the day is just working on masking that emotion and trying to be a consistent personality around just for everyone else in my life. That was my life. It was fucking, and I didn't know it could be different. It's wild. And now that I have that tool of bipolar, I can see that. I can like use that not as a crutch to be a piece of shit, but I use that as an okay, this is a moment where something's firing off in my brain wrong. What can I do instead of just like suffering, you know? I have a fat head. Hats don't even fit on my head. Awareness is very much key, 100%. Yeah. Good morning, Kinger. How are you, love? This week, I'm supposed to be finding one positive event per day, and I'm struggling to even do that. Day before yesterday was I didn't cuss out my coworkers during the 4 hours I have to work with them. Girl, you got to get way more simple than that. Seriously, I guarantee your therapist would probably tell you the same thing. Say you the same thing, tell you the same thing. You got to start more simple. You brushed your teeth. You woke up. You got to work on time. Those are successes. Those are things that people, I'm sure you've been there. When you're in your deepest, darkest, like neurospicy moments, you physically can't do those things. Those are success. That's how, a success doesn't have to be something that's, tweet worthy. A success is I showered. It's, yeah. I changed my underwear. I brushed my hair today. You got start small. You're aiming way too. I mean, seriously, th- like, and I think honestly, Ashley, this is why I think it's so important to talk about. And I will never, ever, ever shut down a conversation like this in our community because not just myself, our community is composed of neurospicy people who have all lived this shit. Like, if they're not literally living it right now, like, there's so many people who have firsthand experience with this shit, the empathy itself, like, just the overflowing empathy. Like, I don't know if I would have survived if having my breakdown if I wasn't a streamer when I had it. Being able to come on stream and just, like, vomit my crazy at you guys and you guys be like, validate me, not just be like, "That's crazy, Katie. That's stupid, Katie. You're stupid, Katie." Just the validation that, like, I've been there. It sucks. Is fucking life-saving. I don't know how else to put that. Like, I hope, Ashley, I hope you never ever feel tentative or, like, scared to come talk. Ever. That's a permanent override conversation in our channel forever and ever and always. I love you. It's important to me. For real, Ashley, and I think a lot of us have been there, and you can't compare, like, everybody's dark place is completely different. But for real, I call it journaling, it's whatever, grab a notebook, piece of paper, whatever, write down your shitty thoughts, but maybe you could write down your success, like, and another thing, you don't have to have 500 successes a day. 1, I woke up on time, I brushed my teeth, and I got to work on time. Write it down. And then every day, when you go to write down your new success, you'll have that list of every daily success, and it will constantly be pounded in your mind. Look at you surviving. I'm very serious about that. You're alive. You're literally surviving. And there are so many people that can't. And I'm sure you know that, and I'm sure you've been there, and it's the worst place in the world. I just love you so much, and I want you to know that you're the same person regardless of whatever diagnosis thrown at your face. You're just Ashley Chaos. You're our bitch. And cheers to that. I love you. It's, you know what I mean? It's a big deal. No one acknowledges brain fractures. I will. I got out of bed and took a shower. I see this as an absolute win. Yeah, so do I, and I'm not kidding. I'm not just trying to be nice. Like, I don't just be nice. That's a win. That's a win. Little wins for the fucking win. Unloading the dishwasher. Matching socks. Like, that's a win for me. You know what I mean? Like, those little wins, and as record, like, little shit I got up today. It can be, like, right, even though you feel stupid about it, write it the fuck down. And over time, as that list grows with your daily successes, those things will get more and more detailed. They'll get bigger. I think the point, my therapist has done similar things like this to me, like being more aware of your surroundings, being grateful, whatever. And it's like, how do I put it? It's like you can kind of start to acknowledge your own success as opposed to searching for the validation of someone else. Another person outside of yourself saying, "You're doing better, you're doing okay. I see improvement." You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, no one's opinion of how you look, feel, or act matters other than how you feel. Period. If you don't feel good, none of it really matters. It's just foobar. It's just band-aids. I know. You can't move your top teeth. It's so weird. Paid rent, took out the trash. 100%. Yeah. These are the successes that, like, you know, we think we're above animals, right? Humans, we always think we're above animals and that we have to win a fucking Nobel Peace Prize to have a success in our life. But to me, success is waking up every day and making it to the end of the night. I made it through that day again. Like, that's success. And when you start looking at those successes compounding, I think it starts to, it's like, I hate this term, but it's almost like fake it till you make it. I've said that a bunch of times before on my channel because there's one thing, people I've always been described as confident. But if you were to ask me to describe myself, I would say insecure. I don't feel confident. I don't think I'm confident, but I fake it. And someone in chat said this to me a while ago. Okay, Katie, how long do you fake it until you've made it? Like, how many years do you fake it before you're just confident now? And I was like, fuck. But because of my own narrative in my head, I'm insecure, I'm insecure, I'm insecure, I'm insecure. I would never see that if I didn't have people around me I trusted, like my chat. I'd never see it. I would never. I feel gross, insecure, small, scared. I'd never see it if I didn't have people around me that are willing to be like, shut the fuck up, Katie. How long do you fake it till you make it? Like, how long? It's kind of a form of mind fuckery. Yes, oh my God, Cocky, I love that one. You've survived 100% of the shittiest days of your life thus far. You're doing great. Yeah. I have found doing the little wins has helped me figure out when I'm proud of myself. I have a hard time recognizing me too. I've never been proud of myself in my life. And I don't know if anyone else has ever said, like, I don't think I was ever told as a child, like, I'm proud of you ever. So it's just like not in my vocabulary. And I had to teach myself how to be proud of myself for things that I deemed dumb. But a lot of people don't even brush their teeth in the morning. My God. You know what I'm saying? That's a success. Ensville, motherfucker. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it a swings.
14 fucking months. Holy shit. Goddamn. Time flies.
I was gonna say I could move your top teeth, but it sounded threatening, and I don't want to be mean or get banned. I would have assumed it was a dick sucking joke. Come on now. My default's sex, not violence. You fake it until you don't care any longer, until you don't realize it. Yeah. You don't realize it. It's very bizarre, but that's kind of what I did with like journaling and stuff, is putting my crazy thoughts in one book and then writing down like, stop being so down on yourself. You got out of bed today. You brushed your teeth. You brushed your hair. You got to work on time. You did your job. You didn't hurt anyone today. And you made no one feel like shit. That to me, that's like the biggest success. Did I make anyone feel bad today? No. Excellent. That's a success, man. There are so many people out there that just live their life destroying others. Fuck. Fake it till you Katie it. Fake it till you make it love yourself. I mean, I'm wondering if these meds are right. It's supposed to be a mood stabilizer, but I seem to get worse at night, and I take it at 7 PM. When did you start taking them, and do you know what the actual drug's called? I don't know everything about everything when it comes to drugs, but I do know a lot about psych drugs, and I can, if I know about it, like there are some, the reason I ask is there are a lot of psych drugs that take 6 to 8 weeks to have a full effect. And because at the end of the day, we're tired, everything feels worse. When you're tired and you have no serotonin, dopamine, or happy chemicals, everything's worse. It's kind of like when you're sick. You know how, like, if you have the flu or something, in the middle of the day, you might get that little spurt of energy, but in the morning and the night, you just are like trash heap. So it's always worse. But yeah, there's a lot of drugs that take a long time. Oh my God, Najee, do you have a theme? Ends, how did you forget about dick sucking? The fuck? I thought it was right. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you. And man, it's such like, I can't remember who said, I heard someone say this ages ago. It was like a comedian or something. And they said, like, hold people close to you that make you belly laugh because those are rare humans. Like, facts. As an adult, especially, like, when I don't, like, if I'm sick or something and I'm not streaming, I don't laugh. You guys make me laugh so fucking hard every day. I treasure that. Kids running me over their own teachers makes me feel great about how I've made them feel. It makes me so happy. Good morning, Sally, my love. How are you? Thank you. I made it. I have weird skin tone, so I tend to like buy makeup and then make my own out of that makeup. No one's made a good lipstick that looks good on me, so I just make my own. Thank you. It's a seizure med Litro something. I started them on 212. So 212, 212. So if you're still feeling shitty by now, I mean, honestly, if you're not feeling literally any mood stabilization, any improvement at all by now, I would talk to your doc. Definitely. Because I don't know of any drug that takes longer than 8 weeks to be in full effect. Like, if anything, you might just need a higher dose, but I would definitely talk to them. Yeah. Something you're proud of your. Oh, God. I'm proud of my channel. Is that's not a cop out. I am so fucking proud of what we've like organically created here. And I say we very seriously. It's a self like it's not all about just me and my mods. Like you guys, it's self-sustaining. That's my that's my pride. The fact that we created an environment where we can talk about mental health, religion, politics, fucking sexuality, trans rights, and everybody can have different everybody in our chat literally is from different corners of the fucking earth and we can still come together and be like, "Leave people alone, stop thinking about children's genitals for fuck's sake." And that is so fucking precious to me. I know it's not a long story, but that's the most honest answer I could possibly give you. I'm so infinitely proud of the environment that we've managed to cultivate and maintain for 8 years, like almost more than 8 years. Like that's wild. Where else in the world can you have conversations like that where people won't just immediately start screaming at each other or being, just mean? I don't know. That's might be a cop out. It feels like it's not. I don't know how to say that. I'm so stupid proud of this channel. I am. This is like my baby, my greatest achievement is being able to foster an environment where people can come in and say, "Hey, I'm having a hard time. Can we talk about it?" And everyone in chat's like, "We need to talk about it. Let's." That is that's what I'm proud of. Heavily. Anubis, okay, shut up. That's cheating. Oh, dude, it's just like, yeah, that's it. I'm trying to think of anything that would like give me a different fucking like story for you, like a longer story. But seriously, my channel, I'm so stupid proud of the environment we've cultivated. When it's could be, I mean, literally a pin drop could destroy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I'm real proud. I don't know whatever that is. I'm proud of that. Dude, Ashley, I got a new book to read. It's not religious though. I don't really feel comfortable reading any of the other religious texts simply because I am not of those religions. I was raised Catholic, so I feel completely comfortable saying fuck Christianity. I hate that shit and reading that Bible. Um but I got a new book to read on Sundays because I was finally able to move my fucking therapy. Frank Freeman, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it native swings. I appreciate you. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. And enjoy your emotes. Thank you. Ashley, I know it's trite, but any fucking time. It's this, I mean, what are friends for if you can't talk about the hardest moments of your life with them judgment free? I don't know. I didn't grow up with friends. You guys are my first friends. So like that's my interpretation of it. Is people that you can go to when you're at your worst and they still will hug you and say, "I love you." That's friendship, man. And that's important to me to maintain to like support that, you know? Dude, Ashley, same. Hard same. I think that's a lot of people. That's so many people these days. Literally, I don't think we're alone in that. I used to feel very alone in that, very isolated. I was like, am I just the only person who doesn't have any friends? And I thought it was because I moved around a lot as a kid or something like that. As an adult, like how the fuck do you have unless you have some, established social group from your childhood, this is it. This is our fourth place. This is the only place we can all go hang out for free and have a good time. It's it. It's mine too. Like this is my social outlet. I love you guys. You're funny. I'm proud of coming out of a long ass lurk type words and actually feeling like I fit in here. Me too. I don't like that I know that now. Bio. I know. You can do this, but you can't move your top. Oh, it hurts my brain. Good morning, Jackie. I'm gonna cheers now. Important conversations need to be had, and I love you all. Thank you so much for being supportive of one of our own. No Baron, that's cheating. Sally, and that's part of the thing of the community I'm so fucking proud of. Sally said, even after not being here for a while, I know I can always pop in here and there are friendly fucks hanging out here. It's been a big fucking deal. I never want that in that type of like atmosphere to go away. That to me, like the way you described that, that's my favorite kind of friend in the whole world. Because I moved a lot as a kid. You guys know this. I've told you, like, I literally went to like 7 different schools before I was in high school. Not for military reasons or anything. My parents are just crazy. And it was so fucking hard to have friends because when you were a kid, there were no cell phones, there was no internet, there was no fucking social media. You left a school and you left all your friends and you were done for. And I had none. Like I've never had a best friend. I never had like a social circle or anything like that before ever until I got to high school and I finally stayed somewhere for 4 years long enough to like make a friend. And like to this day we're friends, but we talk maybe once a year. But it's like when because we're both busy. He has like his own he has a couple salons now in Seattle. He runs salons in Seattle. He has a husband, he has a child. Like he's busy. We both got our lives, but we can call each other out of nowhere after 2 years of not talking and pick up like it's not like sorry I haven't called. It's not like you have to have that conversation for 20 minutes. It's just like, "Hey, life got in the way. How the fuck are you?" I love that is the best. Life happens, man, and you're not always a priority to every fucking person in the world, and that's okay. Like, we just have to accept that, you know? Oh god, what a good list I got on today. Fuck yeah. You were speaking about this the other day. Adults are so fucking consumed by their work and their communities. A lot of people that don't live online simply don't socialize. It's crazy. It's so I mean, there was a whole we I don't remember if we watched a video on it on stream or we read a report about it, but it's a really interesting slash really sad uh concept theory, whatever you want to call it, person has presented and it's become a big deal. Like a lot of people are talking about it, but it's the loss of the fourth place, which is essentially where people would socialize, back in the day. You'd get off work, you'd walk to the pub, have a pint, and socialize, and you would unwind from the day. And that was the fourth place. And then you would go home. But not only do we not have literally anywhere to go anymore where you either have to have a membership, which costs money, or you have to be a patron and buy something just to sit there. Those places don't exist anymore. But not only that, the vast majority of human beings sit in traffic for an hour and a half a day, both ways to work. That's the average across the US. That's insane. 90 minutes to and from work. I wouldn't want to go anywhere after work either. Like that 90-minute drive is the thing after work, And I think it's drove a lot of us to be extremely isolated and kind of like a weird psychosis where we're afraid of our neighbors. Everybody's afraid of people now. We're all like, this is why people are like shooting kids that are driving in the wrong fucking driveway or whatever. You create a psychosis because there's nowhere to go to just be around people and be like, oh no, not everyone's crazy. Okay. You only have the media. You only have what the news tells you. So you're like, everyone's crazy. It's fucking weird. This is also my friend group. My IRL buddies vanished a while back. This is what I've got. And you're all a lot more awesome, honestly. I hate to say it, like, as much as I like, oh, cheers, roll check. I love you, boo. As much as I am like an extroverted person. I do like to go out and be amongst humans once in a while. I don't go out that often, but once in a while, this is the bet. I mean, we can all like hang out without pants on. You could literally be stark ass naked right now. And you don't have to say goodbye. There's no awkward, like, all right, guys, I'm taking off. I'm just not having fun anymore. And I really want to go sit by myself. You can literally just turn your computer off and no one's offended. We are queens of the Irish goodbye here. And it's the best. It's the best. Just fucking casual conversation. Hang out. No pressure. You don't have to look a certain way. You don't have to be a certain way. You don't have to sound a certain way. You could be unbathed. You could have a used tampon up your nose. I don't give a fuck. We can still have a good conversation. And I love it. I don't like to be stuck somewhere where you have to have that awkward, like, okay, I want to go home now. Like, I'm really enjoying this, but home is better than anything. So I'm going to go now. We can be in home. We can be in home and do this. It's the best. It's the best. I really wish this would have existed when I was a kid. This is a pretty damn friendly community and I dig it. The lack of actual assholery is astounding. Dude, and you know what's crazy is arguably we're kind of assholes, but like the good flavor. Like that's where class hole came from. The community named themselves. Like we got to a certain point of size or whatever, I don't even know what it was. And people in the chat were like, we gotta call the community, we gotta call ourselves something. We gotta call ourselves something. We gotta. And I was like, I don't know anything about Twitch. Do whatever you want. You guys named yourself class holes, assholes. Like you're self-proclaimed, but you're like the best flavor of asshole. I don't know how to put that. What Greg's did you get? Is it amazing? Oh my god, what did you get? Cheers, roll check. Sorry, I almost forgot. Ashley, I'm Queen Lurker. I totally get it. All my friends were circumstances of what I was doing. Work and parenting, gaming, Twitch communities have been the most real friends. That oh, dude, Quill, I didn't even like. I completely didn't even think about that. But you're right. It's like even when I worked at the hospital and stuff, like we all have like our work family, like people that we are friends with because we work with them, and you might really like them. Like you happen to meet them at work. But the moment you don't have work in common anymore, that kind of goes away. Especially if one of you is still working at that job, it kind of becomes weird. But like you and I are never no one is forced to be here. And that's pretty fucking cool. Like even me, no one's forced to be here. We ain't clocking in. Everybody chooses to come hang out and like talk and be supportive and social and like that is I think that's what establishes like a more solid backbone of friendship as opposed to like well we both have to be here so we might as well get along kind of mentality, you know what I mean? I was having a similar discussion this morning with my partner. We were talking about how online communities offer a new tribe. Yes. Yes. For those who aren't cishet and NT, it shows how one doesn't have to buckle to confet to have a tribe. Yes. Alternatives are great, 100%. I mean, it's like, God, who said that quote? There's a really good, I don't know. I think it's an old one, but it's something about like, oh God, what was it? It was like, imagine how many people would be in love if we were all blind or something like that. Fuck, what was it? I can't remember, but it's something along those lines. Like, if you think about it, if we were all in person out somewhere, highly unlikely that thousands of us would suddenly just drift towards one another and be like, hey, I feel like maybe we have things in common. None of that would happen ever. It's like the the internet and the advent of like these at least I don't know, I'm very partial to the live content part of it, but I guess YouTube and stuff, they have communities and they talk to their comment section and stuff like that. Like the advent of that makes it so it's like the mental boundaries that we may or may not optionally put up are completely disintegrated. Whatever about myself may have made you not want to talk to me in person is gone when there's no in person, Like I've been told I'm unapproachable. I don't fucking know. I have blue hair and I'm 6 feet tall. I get it. I have resting bitch face. I get it. But like everybody looks 5'5" in a chair on the internet. you know? Ginkoopsita, thank you so much for summing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it any swings. I fucking appreciate you. Side note, do not forget your Twitch primes. You do not have to use them here. Choose a streamer, any streamer, but if you have a Twitch prime ready to be used, please, for the love of Satan Christ, do not forget it. Bezos makes billions of dollars and he doesn't need any more. Thank you. Psycho, shut up. Shh. Shh. I will stomp on that ground. I'm wearing one sock. How does that feel? That sounds terrible. My drive is long if it's 20 minutes, dude. I drove 45 minutes to school every day as a kid. I think you mean third place. Is it the third place? Sorry. I never remember. Fourth place, third place. There's homework. Is it third place? You're probably right. I don't remember. We watched it a while ago. But the whole concept of just having somewhere you can go for free and socialize is completely gone. And especially with people like banning libraries, like the fuck. The best flavor of asshole. You know what I mean? I do that like every stream, just up and leave. Not for any reason. I do it too. I very rarely say goodbye in a stream I'm hanging out in, but it's because I feel comfortable. I don't need to, and it's not goodbye. Goodbye is so finite. Like, I'm gonna go pee and I'll probably get distracted doing something, but I'll be back in a few hours probably. But, like, I don't feel like I need to, like, and I hope none of you ever feel like you need to, like, check in with me ever. Like, Irish goodbye the fuck out of this place. I love you so much. Just come back. I think a lot of people remote working through COVID probably opened a lot of eyes to how prisoner they were to their commutes. Oh, I mean, Shaggy, dude, my mom, she retired, thankfully, but when the beginning of COVID happened and like the shutdown, when they like shut the world down, my mom and everyone in my family is medical, so none of them shut down. They still had to go to work because, hospitals obviously didn't shut down. And no shit, her commute to work. So she lives 20-ish miles north of Seattle and works in Seattle. And normally, a normal day, it takes her 2 hours to get to work and home because she works the exact hour. I mean, she worked hospital hours, so it was the exact hours to get just fucked in rush hour traffic. And I know she lived in that and she was a manager. She did that 5 days a week. I don't even know. She's insane. I'm so glad she retired because I'm pretty sure it was going to kill herself. I don't know what was going to go on. But when COVID hit and we had the shutdown and no one was on the roads, her commute went to 30 minutes. She timed it. It was like exactly 32 minutes. And that's just traffic. And I used to work at the same hospital as her, so we would commute sometimes. And I shit you not, every day there was at least 3 or 4 accidents on the side of the road every fucking day. And almost all the traffic is caused by gooseneck in it. And I can't. There's so much of people's lives spent sitting in their car. Like you get out of bed to go sit in your car, to go sit at work, to sit in your car, to go into your bed. It's crazy. No wonder we're all fucking breaking apart. Sorry. That's too many people. I would vomit. I like hanging with thousands of people without the bodies. Same. Same. It's the equivalent of available chat rooms from when we were kids, dude. MSN chat rooms, those were scary. The thing about finding the other LGBTQIA plus NT other marginalized groups is that because of the internet, we're able to find those rare people we can associate with. 150 million%. And like, I can't speak to the experience of being a trans person or otherwise. I am gay as fuck. But I absolutely know that people get attacked based on the way they look in public, in public, in like the world, just going out to the fucking grocery store. And I imagine that the amount of freedom I feel being like a chatter in a Twitch chat room and being anonymous and not having to worry about the way I look when I talk to someone and say hi because they seem interesting has to be exponentially more if you are anything society deems different and scary these days. I don't fucking know. Live and let live. Shit's fucking ridiculous. But the ability to just be able to be normal because you're not being judged on the way you fucking appear I think that's just a human trait. We are visual creatures, and the very first base judgment is always on the way you look. And I don't think we can help it. Not a single car, right, Andrew? That was Seattle too. It was my mom said it looked like a zombie apocalypse because there was like deer walking downtown Seattle. Same shit. Yeah, it was wild. Honestly, Quill, most of the time it's because they can't fucking afford to live where they work. That's 99.9% of all the people that commute into Seattle. It's like, I used to think it was because people didn't want to live in the city, which made sense to me. Like, I don't fucking want to live in a city. That sounds terrible. I don't want to hear sirens all the time. But it's honestly, they can't afford it. They literally cannot afford to live within the city limits of the place they work, but they can't work where they live because they won't make enough money then to live where they live. Does that make sense? So, no, like, at least in Washington State, I know few and far between people who live within an hour of their job site. They just can't afford it. And it's like Amazon came in, Microsoft money, Google money, all those huge money people. I mean, you can't find a house in Seattle under $1 million. Little houses. We're talking like like apartment size houses. You won't find one for under $1 million unless you're renting and you're gonna be like my little sister, dude. She went to the UW in Seattle, so I got a firsthand experience what the fucking rent prices are down there. Holy shit! And my sister finally found an apartment, and it was a studio that literally they took like a glass shower sliding glass door and just stuck it in the middle of the apartment, and they were like, on this side of it's the bedroom, and on that side of it's not the bedroom, and there was black mold seeping in every single corner of this apartment. It was a ground floor, and homeless people would try to break into her windows all night long, like it was regular, like they were fucking squirrels. And she was paying $1,700 just base rent. It's insane. That's just rent. It's crazy. No one can afford it. And you're not being paid the wage to live in the city most of the time. You know, like my hospitals, no one at a hospital is making enough money to live in the city those hospitals are in. It's crazy. That's Hopkins. When I was working at Hopkins, actually, Johns Hopkins in Baltimore, they were doing this program. I don't know if they're still doing it anymore, but they would just give me a down payment for a house if I use that down payment on a house in the city limits because they want me on call. They want me to be able to basically just like yog myself into work if they need me. And they're trying to do that. Like Hopkins is literally buying up huge chunks of the city, building condos and stuff on it, and like giving doctors down payments on houses, but you have to live close to the hospital. It's like living in a dorm, essentially. Yeah, sounds like a real great time. Have I mentioned that Hopkins is on Murder Hill? I wouldn't. Well, it's even this is the part I didn't mention, the even more sad part of it. So the way Hopkins went about it, and Hopkins does not have a good track record. We all know this. Johns Hopkins himself fucking owned slaves, and Hopkins, the institution, is who, you know, committed DNA theft of what Henrietta. I always fuck her name up. Henrietta Sacks. Is it Henrietta Sacks? Right? Not a great track record on this hospital, but it's like one of the best hospitals in the world, and I learned a lot there. So I don't regret working there. It was great. But the name doesn't have a great track record on it. And what they do is they buy up low income housing. So they buy up Section 8 housing and they buy up all that, bulldoze it, and those people now have nowhere to live. This happened while I was working. I think this was the first year I was working there. It was the year of when the riots went down, when that innocent person was shoved in the back of a van and taken on a joyride and murdered. Um, After the riots happened, like half the city's already on fire because like crackheads and shit go do crack in abandoned houses, fall asleep with their lighters or their pipes, and just the house burns down. It's really fucking tragic. But the city was very burnt down at this point. It was so fucking tragic. And so what they did is they gave vouchers to people who had Section 8 housing or whatever other name you want to use for it, any kind of governmental assistance to live in the city. They gave them a voucher that said you can go anywhere else in Maryland, live in any other county in Maryland, get the same, like it's just same Section 8 housing, it's just somewhere else because Hopkins is buying the land that your house is on and you're not going to live there anymore because they're going to put nice condos on it and give it to doctors, i.e. gentrifucking. And some people accepted the vouchers, and within a year, under a year, every single person was back in Baltimore because they're city people. Their jobs are in the city. They're in Section 8 housing. How the fuck are they commuting to their job now? Like their job was the bodega down the fucking street, and now you've put them out in the county 45 miles away. They don't have a car. It's so broken. It's not as bad as busing homeless people into the country, but it feels similar. Shart and a fart, you know? Henrietta Lacks. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Workster. Yes. Henrietta Lacks. I walked by the picture of her face a million times. The fact that I fuck her name up every time is shameful. Is the Void Boy. Hi, Bubba. Did you come to say hi? Oh, that's a big yawn, bud. That was cute. You're such a pretty boy. Break time, is that what's up? Same, no shit, Quill. It's grotesque. It's grotesque. It's like, I mean, is there a more obvious form or blatant form of fucking gentrifying? Never lived. I mean, it was a one floor. It literally, Mishy, no shit. Her apartment looked like a motel you would rent out for hookers. It was a strip of tiny ass. I mean, it probably was. It was but that's all you can afford unless your parents are bajillionaires. Or like my sister said, most of the people, because she was going to the law school down there, so she was at the UW law portion, which is right there down in U District. And she said that most of the girls in her law classes were just married to some high Amazon exec. She didn't know any, like, not one other person in her class was struggling. It was wild. Like, they're all married to someone who has $1 billion house down on the water. It's crazy. Hooker. You love a good hooker. We're pro sex work. Um, Machine's running. Oh my God, I'm so excited for you. How long does it take? How long is yours? Is it 2 hours? It takes me almost 30 just to get to Walmart. That's insane. I mean, I'm used to that, but I'm not used to it being caused by traffic. Like when people say it takes 30 minutes to get to the grocery store, when I was a kid, it took an hour to get to the grocery store, but it's because we lived in bumfuck nowhere. Like it was an hour to get to anything. Like anything. Literally, a hospital was an hour away. Anything was an hour away. But you were driving the whole time. You were going 60 miles an hour the whole fucking time. So it didn't feel, you know, traffic is different. Traffic is mind numbing. I get it. Problem where I live is we have Londoners moving here because of the train links, and they're pushing the housing and rent prices up. Yep. It's impossible to buy around here if you don't work in London. That's exactly Seattle. Literally. Like the big rich people come in and buy everything and it jacks all the prices up. That's why I say I don't really like Seattle anymore. I liked it when I was way young, when I was a kid and we used to go down there and visit my grandparents and stuff. I really enjoyed it. It was fun because it still had that grungy atmosphere. Like there was record stores that had and head shops on every fucking corner. You know, it was like it was affordable, for lack of a better term. And now when you walk around Seattle, it's just high-end shopping. That's all it is now. It's like Arc'teryx or whatever, those fucking $1,000 jackets that aren't that good. Like fucking A, get those the Canadian Goose ones, whatever. Those are better. Or it's I can't even like Louis Vuitton is the one I always say I feel like when I talk about snobby shit because that's the only brand I can think of. I don't know. It's all the Chanel. That's it. That's Seattle now. It's all that. There's not. I mean, you might be able to find one record store, but it's literally only there maybe because the city made it a historical monument or something. Like it's totally gentrified. I feel like I've used that word a lot, but I can't think of a different word for it. It really is. It's not fun unless you have billions of dollars. There's no point in walking around Seattle anymore. Even like Pike's Place. Pike's Place it's mostly just like chintzy jewelry someone bought online and they're just reselling. Or I don't know, there's just not the same like vibe anymore. It's just gone. And it's because the people that liked the arty hippie stuff are gone. So it's just not there anymore. Arc'teryx is a crap brand. Have you looked at the prices of it? It's stupid. I had no idea what Arc'teryx or whatever this fucking shit is. I'd never seen it before until I went and walked around Seattle a couple years ago with my sister when she was still in school, and I saw the shop downtown. It's like right up the street from Pike's, and I was like the emblem of it is like a pterodactyl skeleton or something like that. It looks really cool, and I was like, "Ooh, that looks cool." Little jacket, like a thin fucking windbreaker for $500. You know what I'm saying? Mm-mm. Pet nah. I think it might be. I don't even know. It probably is break time. Do you need to go outside, Bubba? That's how he says yes. He just yawns at me. I've never figured out why he does that. Okay. Okay. He's so cute. What? A t-shirt for $90? Go fuck yourself. Lil's doing so much better. Thank you for asking. I've still got her doped up like she's on the couch passed out right now. I just give her a CBD treat in the morning just because I don't want her to overextend her leg or anything, but I greatly limited her yesterday. She hates me. I had her on a leash all day, like in the yard. She was pissed. But by last night, she was not cradling her foot anymore. She was actually starting to put it down. So I think she's doing a lot better, thankfully. Rather have Mastodon Gear UK brand and it's still cheaper after import to the US. I believe it. I 100% believe it. Gentrification is exactly what the word is. You're not going to get any better than that. That's it then. Yeah, it's sad to me. Michael Kors, there's another one. Yep, thank you. I don't, if it's not apparent, I'm not a high-end person. Is it break time, Bubba? You always hide. I don't know if you guys know where my microphone is, but both of you are very good at hiding behind it. He's such a sweet boy. I love them, but also they drive me nuts. Viata, my love. No worries. Cheers. We're just gonna take a quick break and then I'll post cheers you, okay? I think my dog needs to take a shit. You did go poop. Thank you. Oh, right in the mouth. Don't we love it? BRB, my dudes. Every couple of hours, we take a break. Stand up, stretch your legs, get some water, pack a bowl, do what you need to do. Put your arms above your head. It helps wake you up better than a cup of coffee. No shit. My dog sneezes to say yes. Shut up. That's so cute. Like a. Pfft. Oh my god, that's so cute. 2 ounces. 2 ounces. When I get back, explain to me what the fuck this means. Be right back. Mother. Welcome back, everyone. Stove up. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving any swings for 10 fucking months with that Prime sub. Right there, guys. Look, that's how you do it. It's so fucking easy. Don't forget your Prime subs. Again, I never want you to ever feel any pressure to use them here, because that's weird. But just there's pressure to use them. You fucking use them. Use them. Want to? Let's fucking go. I would have no aversion. I just, last time I was with a woman, my lady friends weren't breeding yet. Zoe, my love. How are you? Oh my god, thanks for 33 months. Wait, is that really loud? No, it's not. Almost 3 years of chaos, cursed Furbies, deep holes, and puss pudding butt. Ooh woo. I wouldn't give it back for anything. I would not have haunted Furbies in my life if it wasn't for you. And I don't know how thankful I can even express that I am for that. I love you. That's the thing that gets me is all those morons were hippies. They were there when the song released during all that shit and completely forgot. It's very strange. Dude, I love Rage Against. This list has a shit ton of Rage. I think I actually just threw all the Rage Against Machine albums in this list, and it's on random. I love Rage. I've gotten to see them one time, and it was incredible. I saw them at the Soto in Seattle. Actually, it was fucking amazing. Let me see. Where's the next one? There's I know I've heard it like 5 times. I know there's got to be a ton on here. This is just one of them. Yep. So that's what you want remastered. Remastered though? Why? Macklemore. I'm not a huge Macklemore fan. I don't know why I put that on there. He's okay. Just like he's okay. He's okay. Wait, which shit? Oh yeah, didn't you get? Hold on. Is this the Colorado governor thing? Did you give me? I have a link up. I clicked earlier and we got distracted. Is that the thing you gave me? Which thing did you? Is that the thing? Did I lose it? No, race is it good? Hold on. I'll pull it up. We'll play it after the song. I hate cutting a song off, but remind me if this auto plays. Please feel free to nag me. I need it. I need it. Okay, so this is the thing Ashley posted. Colorado governor signs 4 gun control bills after massacre. Oh God. Denver, Colorado's governor signed for gun control bills Friday, following the lead of other states struggling to confront a nationwide surge in violent crime and mass shootings, despite a recent U.S. Supreme Court ruling that expanded Second Amendment rights. Side note. Wait, this one wasn't you? Okay, someone gave me this one. I didn't know about this, though. This is still pretty cool. Give me the one you had again, because I don't know. I thought I clicked it. I thought I did. I might have accidentally clicked out of it. I don't know. But this is very interesting. So I was just going to say, side note, Washington State made assault rifles illegal to manufacture and sell. If you have them, they're not taking them away. Like, they can't. Fuck. Whoever said they're taking away guns. But they made them illegal to manufacture and sell, which is pretty fucking huge. Huge. Was it on Twitter? Okay, let me pull it up. Hold on. Thank you. I wasn't sure if you sent it to me or if you tagged me in it. The one you tagged me in, I know what one you're talking about now. My brain got there. It took me a minute. I got there. So this is the rest of the Colorado one. Will I get that? Yeah, I got it. Thank you. That's the stupidest. The 2 ounces. Yep, I remember. I'm so sorry. My brain just goes spacey. I remember. It's the stupidest thing, but we're gonna watch it together because it's so stupid. That'll be good. Well, brain bleach. I don't know if that's the right term. Didn't it pass by like 1 vote? The one in Washington, I don't know, but I know it passed. I don't know. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, Ashley tagged me in this, and I saw it right before stream, And the caption of this literally says, quote, just 2 ounces is equivalent to 3 joints. That's 2 of these into 3 joints. This is an ounce. I mean, it's like half full now, but that's 2 of these in what world? In what fucking world? Like, I think this is about a half ounce now. It's about full like that. So that's 4 times that amount in 3 joints. In what fucking world? This is what happens when stupid people try to use ounces in their conversations. Dude, Stove, aren't those sick? They're kind of extra, but they're the only Band-Aids I can find that stay on. Like they actually stay on when I wash my hands and shit like that. It's amazing. Like I could take a shower and they stay on. I cut myself in such a weird fucking place that I had to use like 20 Band-Aids. I can never cut myself somewhere normal. It's got to be the meaty, fleshy part. Moron. That's a lot of fucking pot. My God. Okay, let me finish this and then we'll watch that. Before the ink was even dry on Governor Jared Polis's signature, gun right groups sued to reverse 2 of the measures. Raising the buying age for any gun from 18 to 21 and establishing a 3-day waiting period between the purchase and receipt of a gun. The courts are already weighing lawsuits over such restrictions in other states. I'm sorry, but any human being who goes in and needs a gun immediately shouldn't have a gun. Right? I'm not off base on that, right? Like there's no there's no good reason to rush order a gun. I think Zach's actually said that exact thing to me. He used to work in a pawn shop, so they had guns and all sorts of stuff in there. And he said they had it was in Montana, and I think they have a 3-day waiting period. And if someone flipped out about the 3-day waiting period, they would straight up tell the background check people, like, say no. There's no reason. I mean, what the fuck? I see no problem in a fucking 3-day waiting period. My God, what? I can't think of, I don't know, stalker. I mean, I don't know. I probably wouldn't go to a gun as my first option, but that's just my brain. I don't know. They claim people of domestic violence might need immediate access to guns. Oh, that's what. I don't want to go there. The courts are already weighing lawsuits over such restrictions in other states. The new laws, which Democrats pushed through despite late-night filibusters from Republicans, are aimed at quelling rising suicides and youth violence, preventing mass shootings, and opening avenues for gun violence victims to sue the long-protected firearm industry. They were enacted just 5 months after a mass shooting at an LGBTQ club in Colorado Springs just happened. Coloradans. They said Coloradoans. Sure. Deserve to be safe in our communities, in our schools, in our grocery stores, in our nightclubs. Polis. It's not police. Polis is this person's name. Polis said as he signed the measures in his office. The governor was flanked by activists wearing red shirts reading, quote, "Moms demand action," end quote. Students from a Denver high school recently affected by a shooting and parents of a woman killed in Aurora theater shooting in 2012. Supportive lawmakers and citizens alike had tears in their eyes and roared their applause as Polis signed each bill. Colorado has a history of notorious mass shootings reaching back to the Yeah. That's pretty dope. Mandrigan, they don't take them. There's no possible way to do it. So there's no one has proposed taking guns. It's just stopping the manufacture and sale of them or making it harder to get. And mostly it's just it's automatic. It's what do you call it? There's like a general term for all the it's like semi-automatic guns. Like, war guns. Like it's mostly geared towards that. Like the Washington State one, it's just those. Assault rifles, I guess would be is that a term for them? Are you kidding? Oh, yes. Did I let it autoplay? I did. I let it autoplay. I'm sorry. It's because I was reading. I got it. Did it autoplay the song too? It did. Why? It autoplayed on mute. The chinchilla one. We got it. Ooh, I like it already. Hell yes. Yeah, it's just on future sales and manufacturing. And then I know some states have done buyback programs where if you don't want like my dad's gone and given his guns to the buyback program because like some people just you get a new gun and you don't think to sell your old one and then you get another new gun and you're usually only using your newest gun, your newest bow or whatever. And so a lot of hunters and stuff will just start to accumulate rifles and they're like, "Oh shit, I don't even have enough room in my safe for this." And there's buyback programs where the government literally gives you money for your guns if you don't want them instead of, trying to sell them because it's like unless you give them to like an accredited pawn shop or a gun shop that's licensed and they're going to do the serial number stuff, it's real sketchy. Like I've had friends who they had handguns at one point and then sold them because they just weren't into the hobby anymore. And literally like 15 years later, the police are at their door like, "Hey, a murder was committed with a gun with a serial number associated with your name. We need to take you in." And they have to like prove that they sold this gun at some point. It gets really complicated. I need my machine gun though. What if squirrels? What if a teenager drives in my driveway? What if a 15-year-old knocks on my door on accident? What am I gonna do? Go, 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 go. What the fuck? I'm gonna smoke drugs about it. Good morning, Zergly. How you doing, honey bean? I saw an interview. I forget who did it. I love this song, by the way. Talking to a former NRA guy, National Rifle Association, right? Is that what that stands for? NRA guy on how they didn't use they didn't used to fetishize tactical gear. Oh, I think I watched the exact thing, but that changed in '06. Was that the with Jordan Klepper? Was it Jordan Klepper? Yeah. Oh, it's so good. It's kind of disturbing. Yeah, it's like a guy who literally used to, oh my god, Vex, thank you. It's really good. We should watch this. Hold on. It's real good. He talks to this man, I think he worked for if not with the NRA for a while, and now he doesn't because of the weird fetishization of tactical gear and like pretending to be in the military, even though you're not in the fucking military, which is so fucking insulting to anyone of military anything. By the way, thank you so much for your service. You do something I could never do, and I very much appreciate you. Yeah, it is. Jordan Klepper is a fucking treasure, dude. There is something about him that he can interview anyone. People just feel safe around him. Like even the craziest people, they'll say the dumbest things. The only way they'll take your guns is if you get a domestic violence call. Yeah. Or if you're like, you know, making meth and they have to raid your house. Yeah. Like there's no possible way. And literally, people have combed footage of every single person trying to bill against just stronger gun regulations in the US. Not one person ever said, "We're going to take your guns." The only people who have ever said that are the people who have guns and don't want their guns taken away. It's like a weird reality they're just creating on their own. I have to say, this song, that was really good. That was Chinchilla's new song. Dude, that's really good. It's already got a lot of views. That's dope. Hold on, I'm saving this. That was really good. It's got a sick beat. Hold up. Oh God. Or get a felony arrest. They take your guns also. Oh, really? Okay. I mean, I don't know. I know it's tough because there's a lot of people with felonies from when they were like 15 and they're way older now and they're different people and stuff like that. It I don't know how to go about things like this, but like, you commit a crime and there is punishment, but people change. I don't know. And like having pot's a felony. In some states, it's just crazy. What's a felony? What's his name from Texas did the guy who is transportation secretary? Did what? Exactly. It's such a hard topic because there's misinformation on both sides. And I take the stance of I know nothing. Like we're all fed just bullshit all the time. I don't feel confident in half the shit I've ever heard about all the gun legislation and stuff. And like, it's just whatever they want us to think, essentially. If you see scared, if you see scared the government is coming for your guns, then maybe you shouldn't be trusted with them. No shit. It got to number one on iTunes almost immediately. I believe it. It's really good. I'm surprised they're not more popular. Like, the amount of people that don't have any idea who they are is kind of phenomenal, but I don't know. I listen to such a broad, like, scope of music, I guess. What's a death sentence in Singapore? Wait, what? Chewing gum is like a death sentence in Singapore. It's because we fantasize the U.S. Revolution. Everyone wants to be a militiaman and rebel against England. I don't get it. Tactical gear does not the militant make, I guess. How would you say that? Military people, how would you say that? You probably have a better way of saying it because I'm sure you fucking get annoyed by this all the time. What is it? Oh god, my brain. You know what I mean? Going to the army surplus store and dressing up does not make you an It's so insulting. It's so fucking insulting. Wait, who's Ethel Kane? Wait, who's Ethel Kane? Oh, they went independent. No shit. Dude, good for them. That was a big jump. Trash Panda, how are you, love? I fired a gun large enough caliber to have fire come from the end. Oh my god. And I think we need more control over who can have things like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yet they're siding with the party that's trying to turn us back into an oligarchy. I'm proud of the fact that at 63, I still love all music. It's a joy. You should. There are so many people. I don't know what happens. My parents are kind of like this. They're like, and I don't think it's, I think it's, I have friends like this where they're just like, I listen to country. And you cannot introduce them to anything that isn't country. Like, they're like, but it's not Vince McGill. And I'm like, okay. But there's like you're allowed to branch out. Like, there's lots of music and they just like stop at it. And that's I've known people like that who are like, it's rap and that's it. And I'm like, I can't with that. So much fucking good music out there. Like, live, branch out, get the fuck out. Christian demonic music. What the fuck? Her latest album is a concept album about a preacher's daughter who runs away, meets a man, falls in love, gets pimped out, murdered, then cannibalized. That sounds like a true crime I listened to recently, but I listened to so many, I might just be putting them all together. That's hot. No time for that shit. Amen. No time for that shit. And like, what if, because you've got this weird like stigma in your head where you're like, I only listen to country or I only listen to this, you miss out on like possibly the best song you've ever, of your life. Like the song that would have tickled every fucking happy nerve in your head. But because you were like, you didn't, I would never. I will try anything. Because what if it's great? I listen to a lot of fucking weird music I would have never found if it wasn't for you guys and just trying something. Fuck yes, give me Link. It's so different in the UK with guns. My stepdad hunted and had the gun split down and hidden all important bits in the safe. Mom didn't like it in the house at all, so he stopped. My dad does the same. Honestly, like, there is a huge population of gun owners in America that are overly safe. Like, my dad was that way. My dad literally, he had 2 6-foot gun safes. One had the broken down guns in it, and one had the ammo, both different combinations in different parts of the house. Like, and that's most of the gun owners I know, because they all had kids and stuff. Like, I don't know one person that puts a fucking gun in a shoebox or just in a drawer who has kids around or anyone. Like, I don't, and I grew up in an area where everyone has fucking guns. Like, I grew up in the fucking hillbilly hills. They're so dumb safe about their guns. So, I don't know. But there's got to be this population that's like, fucking, I don't know, not. They're out there. I've just never seen them. I've never been in that I'm aware of. Maybe I just don't run in those circles, I guess. But yeah, all my uncles, they're like, and I know you can never generalize personal experience. I know I say that all the time, but it's true and it's got to be said. But all of my uncles are like literally Jimbo, Jeffro, Timbo, Uncle Bobby. Like, I've got redneck uncles. They're all missing teeth. They all have mullets. It's fantastic. And they're a hoot. Most of them are illiterate. And they are still that safe with all their firearms. Like, it doesn't take a college education or whatever, a fucking $90,000 degree to know how to be safe with a fucking gun. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's education. 100% agree. Yeah. Like, it's not hard to not be fucking stupid. I don't know. I don't think there's an excuse for it. Nay. Get it? I disagreed, but also still gun responsible. 100%. 100%. And, like, if any one of I mean, my whole family is, like, literally, there's, like, 3 women in my family genetically. The rest is all men. I have all man cousins. Extended forever, and they all hunt. All of them are avid hunters. They all have, like, houses full of scary taxidermy. It's hilarious. My cousin Timmy, literally, you walk into his door, and it's a deer bust, but if you go around that wall to the kitchen, it's the ass of the deer, and it's got Christmas lights on it. It's hilarious. They're funny people, and if they ever saw you either not have trigger discipline or, you weren't paying attention to where your gun was pointed, they'd take it out of your hand and never fucking invite you back again. Period. End of story. There's no second chance with a murder weapon. Period. And they'd say that to you with a dip. And they'd spit and a tooth would come out and they'd be like, get the fuck off my property. You know what I'm saying? You didn't fuck around. It's just not a joke. And I think a lot of people don't take it seriously. Intrinsically, there's no way to just, no one could or will write a bill that'll be like, in America, guns owning them or otherwise, it's completely illegal as of this moment. Because it's impossible and it's unrealistic and kind of stupid. Like, it's just it would never work. And I think most people who think realize that it's way too complex. It's such an intrinsically complex thing, especially because, at least in the US specifically, across states, it's different every single state you go into. So it can be really overwhelming. Wouldn't that force a large EMP pulse? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe if it was nuke to nuke. I don't know. I don't know anything about that stuff. I feel really stupid even comment. I have no idea. You didn't know Tucker Carlson got fired? Oh my god, yes. Tucker Carlson and some fuckwad from MSNBC or something. Some other guy got fired almost on the same day. It was funny. The effects of the modern nuclear bomb. The fuck? Is it gonna scare me? I hate autoplay. And therefore TikTok upsets me. Oh my god. It's already fucking Christ. I hate Saturdays. I've honestly considered not streaming on Saturdays, but I just selfishly don't know what to do on Saturdays if I'm not streaming. But we're just fucked in the ass all day. It sucks. I'm trying to get him to load. Don Lemon, thank you. Don Lemon was fired. Yeah. Yeah, that guy. That guy. I've never watched that before. I know nothing about him, but I've heard he's not nice. Yeah, they got shit can. It's like Hunger Games, dude. It's wild. Honestly, the shit with Tucker's kind of weird because he's been fired from, I think, every major news network that exists thus far, right? I know, Major Can, I'd miss you guys. It's just we just sit here in silence and it feels really awkward because everything, I get fucked. Because it's Indie Saturday. I'm not bitter. Just very, very complicated and takes a great deal of effort to get past the inertia. Plus, the NRA is obnoxiously proactive in shutting down any effort to the contrary. They have way too many rich supporters and shit. Yeah. Bow tie wearing little twat. It's such a fucking little waste of air. I know, I hate him. I think Fox was the longest shock. Oh, yeah, here it is. Pon says CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and I think even CBS. I think you're right. Yeah, he's worked across the board, and he's never needed to work. That's the crazy thing. He chooses to be a vile person in the media. No, I'm just trying to get it to load, Andrew. It's just the interwebs is. Let's take a break real quick. Let's take a break, and maybe they'll buffer by the time we get back. I think it's break time anyways. We might be over it. That way, we'll just get an ad out of the way, and then people who don't sub don't get fucking slapped with ads because I think that's stupid. I don't watch the news either. There's no good news. It's by choice. Yes, cuteness. That's the most vile part about him. He's rich. He inherited tons of money. His family is old money rich, and he chooses to be the vile person he is, which it makes it so much worse. Crowder's getting a divorce? Wait, correct me if I'm wrong. Crowder's the one that said a wet vagina is gross, right? He thinks it's gross when his wife is aroused. He needs to fuck her as a dead fish with a dry pussy. That's the same dude, right? No joke. Oh, that was Ben Shapiro. Thank you. No joke. Ben Shapiro said a wet vagina is disgusting. That is disgusting. He would never. Which I think is just him telling the world he's never aroused his partner ever in any capacity, and that's just sad for her, really. Yeah. I don't. Dude, fucking Christ, people are. I don't. MN's legalizing recreational weed. Recreational weed. That's fucking exciting. Hell yes. Crowder's the guy who says the earth is flat. Prove me wrong, guy. Oh, yeah. I hate him. He's annoying to me. Another person I'd like to slap. How could you diss your wife's slip and slide? Dude, he doesn't just diss it. He says like a vagina should never get wet. That is gross to him. It's foul. I don't know what to do about that. I don't. His wife is a doctor. Ask her. Vaginas aren't supposed to be wet. Nope. Deserts. Honestly, I love when my labia gets stuck to my thigh and rips a little every time I take a step. That's my favorite activity ever. And now we're all gonna slowly die. This cat might have fucking gotten one of the doves. There's a lot of feathers in my yard, and I had to get my dogs away from just feathers. But my dogs were like, feathers! Yeah, I know, I'm really sad. We've got these adorable, they come back every year. I'll keep an eye out for them, but we've got 2 mourning doves that come back every year. I guess this is the thing mourning doves do. They nest in the same place. They mate for life, come back to the same place to nest, whatever. And they nest in our tree. And that there's feathers in my yard. I hope the kitty didn't get them because they're so cute and they're so pretty. They're so, like, they look like marble. They're so soft looking. I know, I hope they're okay because they're harmless. Like, they just, like, coo and fly around. Cats. Cats will cat, though, right? I like them. I love the sound they make. Like, every morning, we get up at, like, 6 in the morning, and I take the dogs out, and I go for a run, and you can hear them in the trees doing their cute little coo sounds when they're just waking up in the morning, and they're so cute. And they have babies every year. They put a nest in the same spot every year. But they fuck with the dogs because I guess this is something pigeons specifically do, is they're smart enough to distract animals away from their babies, and because they nest in our tree in my yard, they will fly back and forth across the yard to get the dogs away from the tree. It's really fun to watch, actually. The dogs are hilarious. They just run jumping. They'll never get one. Pigeons are I mean, aren't pigeons the same thing as a dove technically? They're like really similar, right? It's just one we're all like, "Ooh, they're pretty." You see them on churches, and we're like, "Oh, they're city rats." Yeah, I think they are, right? That's what I thought. Same family. Yeah, they're really similar. Yeah. It's just, ours aren't eating trash. Pigeons are really good. Most countries eat pigeon. I mean, isn't that what squab is? I think. Squab? Squab. I think that's pigeon. Most countries like fucking harvest, like farm them. Yes, with the pigeon lady. She has so much poop on her though. I love her, but the amount of poop on her has haunted me since I was a child. She's just like Radagast. It's just poop. Just thicker, yeah. People are idiots. Cats aren't safe outside. Dude, Ayinia, no shit. They're totally not here. Like, we literally live in Denver, like, at the base of the mountains where there's wildlife abundant. And I have never, like, no one around here has cats outside. Nobody. Because even though I'm, like, relatively close to the city, we have coyotes and shit. Like, I'm also relatively close to nature. And our neighbor has an indoor cat that is adult. They have decided to allow outside now. And I don't know. I've always had like fucking farm cats, so I don't know if this is normal, but my dogs have pinned that cat. Like my dogs don't hurt it. They don't know what to do with it, but they pin it in a corner and just sit there with it in a corner and like stare at it, and it's like foaming at the mouth, and I have to go pick it up and like carry it away. And I'm just like, motherfucker, your cat's gonna die. Like it does. We have a wood fence. Like cats can climb wood, like climb the fucking fence, but it doesn't know to because it's an indoor cat. Like it doesn't have these instincts to climb away. Ugh. Stage and know they were closed. We have to go tomorrow. I know I'm pissed, but I'm excited. I'm excited pissed. I guess it's the anticipation. post. I'm honestly, ever since Sinumo said he has like a 24-hour post office, I'm gonna look for one. I don't know, like I'd have to find one where there's like an attendant 24 hours because we don't rent like a huge post office box. We just do one that's like a letter one, and then they put a little, like tag in there if you have a package and you go to the counter and a person goes in the back and gets it. But that would be so nice because our hours just are not conducive and it sucks. Lilith is doing so much better. That's part of the reason I missed the post office yesterday. I don't know if you remember yesterday or if you were around when I was talking about staging, but Lilith, I don't know what she did, but somehow hyperextended her hip of her back left leg. And for 2 days straight, her leg curled up. It would not touch the ground. And I like did everything like squeezing her paw and rubbing up and down her leg, just trying to find an injury. Really, you know how you like fuck with her toes? Nothing. There was nothing. She reacted to nothing. But I was carrying my dog around yesterday because I was like, people in chat yesterday morning were helping me with it. People who know more about dogs. We've got a lot of like vet techs and vets in chat and shit like that in our community. Thank fuck. And they were saying best case, like the best thing to do is limit her movement as much as possible. Like, period. Like, no jumping, no roughhousing, no jumping on the bed, no jumping on a couch. Even though she literally is so tall she can step on a couch, like none of that. So it was a lot of picking her up and moving her around, and I had to keep her on a leash in the yard so she'd go to the bathroom, and she hated me for it. I've like Mickey this morning. First thing I was like, I still have her doped. I gave her CBD treats again because I feel like even though she's not limping on it anymore, for the next 2 days, I'm still gonna give her CBD treats just to slow her down and keep her relaxed so she doesn't like re-injure it or whatever the fuck. Because what do you do about an injured hip on a dog? Like that's gonna ruin her life. I don't want to do that. Yeah. I think, well, Mickey, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't most big dogs prone to injury like that regardless? Like big dogs are prone to like hip stuff and leg injuries, right? I remember my big dogs as a kid. Yeah, they all like we always had to watch out for them, and we were always like sequestering one in the house so it couldn't roughhouse with the other dogs because they were hyperextending something. Like I think big dogs they just roughhouse and they're more likely. Yeah, yeah, hip dysplasia, all kinds of things. Like ours, we got him from a breeder that's really reputable and doesn't inbreed or anything, and she's done the genetic testing and whatever. They don't have anything genetic in their line that should like no genetic hip dysplasia or anything, but that doesn't mean it can't occur. You let your dog abuse their own body, anything can happen, right? She didn't stage in. That was the weird thing. She never whimpered. She never has whimpered. Like Trick has. If he gets like something stuck in his foot or something, he'll lift up and whine. He'll come to me crying and like show me his paw. Lil just hides. She gets sad and despondent and just like curls in a corner and doesn't say a word. The only reason I knew is I called her to come outside because I opened the back door. And normally, if I open the back door, they're there. Like they hear it and they come bolting from wherever they are in the house, and she didn't come. And that's why I was like, where the fuck is Lilith? Like sometimes she locks herself in the bathroom on accident. Like she goes in the bathroom for some reason and shuts the door. So I went searching everywhere. She was just curled up on the couch. And I was like, okay, something's wrong. I know. I hate when your dog's injured because, like, what do you do? Other than like baby the fuck out of them and just be there for them. I don't know. I wish she could tell me. It breaks my heart. My poor baby. Many large breeds, right? That's sad. How are you, Brew? How you doing? If they get them, they have a habit of yep. And that's literally what I'm really trying to avoid. Is like her developing some sort of injury that's going to be a lifelong problem for her. I really don't want that to happen because I'm pretty sure that's probably what happened to Millie. But because she was a small dog and I carried her a lot of places, you didn't know. Like they hide it really well. I hope not, Kendo. My boy's 8 and getting stiff when he naps too long. I get stiff when I nap too long. Kind of like tall people and concussions, environmental risks. It's so real. When uh, when I was in high school, the house we had, my parents designed, my dad built, and it was I've told you guys kind of about it. It was the weird like hexagon, like a 3-story hexagon, like a layer cake. And the stairwell to reach any of the floors, it was just like the stairwell was just stacked on each other, and you would just like exit at whatever floor you wanted to, like it was a little, landing pad, or you could just turn and go up more stairs to the next floor. But if you were going down the stairs, the way the roof was made on this stairwell, it was lower. So like if you're like me and you run down the stairs, you skip stairs going down the stairs because it's your house and you've lived there for a while. I mean, it was daily. I would smack my head on the fucking roof constantly. It was just like this down curve of like ceiling. And like if you walked, I mean, it was inches away from my forehead, but if you make any sort of leap, it was just donk. I swear there was a dent in it at some point because all the time, it was constant. I'm surprised I'm not damaged, to be fair. Baby them and take them to the vet station. That was our so that my plan was if by today, because it happened on Thursday. Thursday night's when I noticed her like really babying her foot. Like, I mean, it was like, they've gotten stuff stuck in their foot, like a clump or something, and they'll kind of like half limp on it. Her leg was like poof, just curled up, and she was running like a three-legged dog. I was like, what the fuck? And what a lot of the people in chat were telling me that are smarter about this stuff than me is after 2 days, if she's still completely curled up and not putting any weight, vet time. Today would have been 2 days, and she's walking on it. I'm just, keeping her on CBD, keeping her napping on she's passed out on the couch already. It's great. I'm just trying to keep her slow so she doesn't hyper because they love to play. They love to play. It's so sad. So like I have to take Trick out by himself and play fetch with him and he's like he loves it. I just feel bad cuz Lil's inside like what did I do wrong? Honestly, Kendo, many things might explain it. Many things. It's a miracle that my brain works. Like the stories my mom tells me from when I was a baby, all the weird every injury I have for almost every single serious injury I've ever had, I do to my face or head. I go head first into life, I guess. I don't know. Like when I was like 6 months old, my dad had me in like a baby carrier, that you put in the car. And he took it out of the car and put me on the roof of the car to get something out of the car and forgot about me and drove up the steepest hill in Seattle. And I rolled off the car down the hill to the very bottom. Allegedly fine. Allegedly. I don't know. I don't know. Stories she tells me are pretty fucked up. But I seem fine. Apparently, I stayed in the car seat. Like, he freaked out, ran to the bottom of this hill, and I was, like, in the car seat just like, who knows? It's funny to think about in hindsight. Wait, just remembered a question. Other than the jersey, why is there so many people are tweeting about Ghost, but they leave no context? Like Ghost the band? I mean, they're coming out with a new album, I think. A new song was dropped, if not a new whole music video. I think it's a new album. They always do that. Like across social media platforms, they like post really cryptic messages and every once in a while weird cryptic videos and shit, and it always says like message from the clergy. Usually means a new album's gonna drop pretty soon. They just love to be cryptic and weird. Why are you leaving me if I didn't do anything wrong? My life. Fuck, I can't remember the name, but I'm so angry. But when dogs start to sniff, it's time to start them on amino acids. When they start to sniff, Argine and one I cannot remember. Wait, when they start to sniff, what do you mean? The adrenaline urge, dude. The adrenaline surge. I don't even know. My mom said he flew. He wasn't even drunk. Like my dad was an alcoholic, but he didn't drive drunk at this point. He was still fine when I was born. It was just like one of those like freak accident moments where you're like, oh fuck. And I can't even. I mean, he probably flew. He probably just down the hill. I don't even know. What do you do? Like, I don't think he was a bad parent. I think he just was an alcoholic, and that's unfortunate. You can't fault someone for their addictions. Alcohol changes people. Oh, stiff. Why did I read sniff? Stiff. Ooh, is it glucosamine? That's what we used to give Link when he started getting real stiff. Sorry, I just read wrong. It's part of the ghost charm, yeah. Remember when what was it? BioShock did that. BioShock did like a whole thing of like cryptic messages. They had a whole website where it was like a room on a boat and you could click things and every week or something every Wednesday something would update on it, but you didn't know. You'd have to go and just click everything in the room and see what would activate. I love shit like that. That was awesome. Arginine and glucosamine. Arginine. So wait, whose dog is stiff? Cuteness, was it your puppo that's stiff? Mickey's saying arginine and glucosamine. Mickey's had many a big dog. Would trust advice on keeping them healthy and happy. I don't know why a ton of people are being cryptic. Honestly, I have no idea about that. Like, just the official accounts. I don't know. Yep. I know. I knew glucosamine, but arginine. That's a good one. Is it arginine? Arginine? Dude, Pond. Have you never played any of the Bioshocks? No shit. If I could go back and play any game series again for the first time, having known nothing about it, that'd be the one. God, it's good. Fuck. There's nothing like BioShock ever. Maybe System Shock. But really, no, they're different. Like, fuck, dude. I'm real excited for the new System Shock, though. Cheers. I packed a bowl. At 6 years, honestly, I was gonna say around 6 or 7. That's about when dogs usually start to get a little stiff. Oh my god, Pawn, they're so good. There's a man chooses, a slave obeys. BioShock, my dude. What a fucking amazing. I mean, Infinite is so separate. I really liked Infinite. A lot of people hated Infinite because it's nothing like the first 2 games. But, like, sure. Whatever. I enjoyed it. I thought it was well done. It's just. Oh, BioShock. What fucking good games. I couldn't say enough. I'm literally speechless. They're just so good. It's time to go to work. Same station, same. I give my dogs hip massages and stuff because I'm aware they're big dogs and that they like, we go hiking and stuff. I don't want them to have pains. I already do that stuff. Goodness, I'm the same. I give Trick loves. Oh my god, he loves like a back massage. Like I do little squeezies up and down his back. Oh my god, he'll start moaning. The groan. It's like old man groans, I should say. Both of them have like old man groans that are just epic. I love it. When my joints get stiff, I just chug a glass of cherry juice. Wait, that works. Is that real? Same, Kona. Did you hear the new song? Wait, is it a song or a video? Fuck, I don't know. We listened to it the other day. I think it's a new Ghost song. It's really good. 90% of all hunters now give their dogs glucosamine at 6 or a bit before to keep them fit longer. Honestly, I think it's a really, really good way to elongate the life of your dog. Like, it's better to prevent injury than wait for an injury to happen, right? And then have to, do something. That would suck. I'd much rather try to prevent it by just giving them the oils and shit to make them all, like, lubed up. Dude, I know, Anna Geek. All their stuff is so cool, but it's so fucking expensive. I know. Exactly. BioShock Infinite, I view myself same. I view it as a totally separate game. Like, I don't see it as part of the Rapture thing. It's phenomenal, though. Like, that game is so beautiful and so well done. Fuck, I don't know. I couldn't say enough. Those games are so good. He nuzzles. Oh, cute. They love to nuzzle Zach. They hide their face in him. It's the cutest thing ever. The aesthetic of Infinite, the music in it, like the fact that they had like God Only Knows, what is it, the Beach Boys song? God Only Knows. That one and the oh, what's the song they like chant when you're in the like the temple area? Fuck. Fuck, it's all really good. Zach actually has like a recording. He got to interview the dude who voices Booker. I can't remember his name right now. He's really great. He's a good actor too. And he has a voice recording of him saying to Zach, Zach says, like, Booker, are you afraid of God? And the actor says, no, Zach, but I am afraid of you. Or no, Zeke, I am afraid of you. And Zach had it as this thing on his soundboard forever. Like the actual voice actor, it's fucking just amazing. Ugh, so good. My introduction to Infinite was like 6 a.m. my time. Katie goes, Lizzie, you have to see this. And it's just a glorious, ethereal, but also creepy flooded cathedral. Yes! Will the circle be unbroken? That's it. That's that part. That's that exact part, Lizzie. YouTube. Zach's downloading games. Usually we get reprieve between downloads because Zach will be playing a game for a bit. I'll be able to play videos or YouTube at one point. Maybe. I have a couple games going. Unfortunately, none of them are VO'd at all. Like, none of them have any voice acting. And my throat, like, I don't know what it is. For the past week, I lose my voice halfway through stream, and it's really bad when I have to narrate a ton in a game, so I've just been, like, delaying them. I've just been putting them off because I just want my throat to get better. I do not wanna lose my voice. Like, I haven't lost it yet. It just gets real, like, gravelly sometimes. But if I lose it dude, Andrew, I've literally almost gone through a bottle of honey this week. I don't know. I think it's, like, a combination of allergies and just, like, the weird weather change. We had snow, rain, and then it's, like, today it's gonna get 70 degrees or something. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I've been it's so weird. Like, I'll literally be sitting here with tea and honey and water chugging, like, all week it's been that way. It's so bizarre. I think it's just dry. It's the cover, Jesus Knows Me. Yeah, the whole album is covers, isn't it? I think the whole album is gonna be covers of other famous songs, I think. Cupped Peaches? Wait, what? Dude, Cuteness, hard same. Like, literally, yesterday after stream, I had a moment where I was like, "Do I have a fever?" Because I was hot, but it had just rained, and I couldn't figure out what was going on, and it's just because we keep going from, like, 30 degrees to 70 one day, then the next day, back and forth, and my body's like, "Are we sick? Are we sick?" No, we're not. Calm down. We're not sick. The world is sick. Oh, or anything mucus like oh my god. I was like, "I'm sorry, what? Are you talking about my boobs? Is that a boob thing?" Using honey for your throat's actually more detrimental as it just coats it and makes you think it's feeling better. No shit. Well, yeah. I mean, I'd believe that. My throat doesn't hurt. That's the weird part. I'm definitely not sick. I have no sore throat. I'm just losing my voice. And I don't know if it's because I've been narrating games a shit ton or whatever, but, like, was it yesterday, the day before, somehow I went the entire morning without speaking. Like, the dogs must have just been really well behaved, I don't fucking know, but I didn't speak at all. When I came on stream, I was like, "Morning, guys." I don't know, I just have gravel, I guess. Me too, the album looks I'm so excited. I got so fatigued in bed all day, like, "The fuck is this?" Uh-huh. It's 'cause your body's exhausted. No, the cupped peaches. When he said the cupped peaches, I thought of boobs. Cupped, I don't know, just me. Not the mucus. Dude, yeet, I wish. I'm like an iceberg. Our voice coach would reprimand us. No shit, if she saw us drinking tea with honey before a show. Really? So what do you do then? Seriously, what is your like, I would love advice. I'm not sick, and I know in my family, like, on my mom's side of the family, having a weak throat, I don't know how else to say that, is genetic. All of my aunts sing opera, like, semi-professionally, and they just lose their voice. My mom doesn't sing professionally, but she sings, but every woman in my family on my mom's side, for some fucking reason, has a weak throat and loses their voice pretty regularly. I took opera lessons as a child, but, like, I don't fucking sing anymore, but I just lose it. Like, it just goes. My vocal cords go, "Not today, bitch." I'm always open to advice. I hydrate like a bitch. I pee so much, it's disgusting. I'm over it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what else to do. They're like bags of sand? Yeah, man, like 2 big booby bags of sand. I mean, I have, like, general hay fever. You know, if I shove my face in pollen, I will sneeze. I found a extremely creepy AI toy. Have you got an old picture of yourself or someone you know from long ago? This is like deepfake on oh, is it creepy? That's like taking those paintings where the eyes follow you way too seriously. Whoa, no. I do have a picture of my mom when she was in high school that looks exactly like me if I bleached my hair blonde, though, and that'd be pretty creepy. If I sent that to her, she'd probably shit her pants and die, though. Hmm, could be weird. Genetics are weird. I'm like my mother's clone. It's very scary. Like, damn vocal cords, it's stupid. Lots of water. That's basically what I've been doing is just, like I feel like I'm gonna drown myself, but I don't know what else to do. It's the only thing that improves the, like, and I too had a vocal coach, and she literally would be like, "Are you sick or something?" Almost every day because I have natural gravel in my voice. "That's the worst thing you can do for your vocal cords." "Okay, but this is just how I talk, bitch." Ugh. She was mean. Vocal zone. What is it? To put the joint care of dogs into perspective, Katie, here a hunting dog can run 110 to 150 kilometers on a hunt. Jesus Christ. Moose dogs in Scandinavia can go up to 300. That's intense. That's intense. Yeah. I mean, on everything. God, their joints. Titties, thighs, women. Same. Hard same. Isn't it just that you breathe through your mouth more than normal thus get dry throat and cough more? That and I'm using my vocal cords a ton. Like I talk, 7 hours a day pretty consistently. So, the overuse, 100%. When I first went like, it's real weird. You can go to, like, my YouTube channel and go to, like, sort shit by date and go look at the oldest videos, and they're just, like, little clips from my channel back before, before anything, before VODs or anything, just clips. And my voice is up here. I can't even do it anymore. My voice is, like, an octave or 2 higher almost all the time. It's horrible for me. It's like my customer service voice, but when I officially went, like, full-time streaming, I quit my job at the hospital and went full-time, so I was doing this 7 days a week, 365, within, like, 2 weeks, I completely lost my voice, like, I did not have a voice, it was gone, I was squeaking and writing signs to chat, it was terrible, or I was, like, typing, and, once I got my voice back, I took a little break, I naturally lowered my own register of how I talk, because I don't lose my voice as often. It's, like, less stressful on my vocal cords, but I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it consciously, but I sound exponentially lower now than I ever did. And the mics, like, they changed the quality, but they ain't fucking with the pitch that much. I know, it's weird. Cake, she's doing so much better. She's conked the fuck out because I'm still keeping her CBDB'd because I don't want her re-injuring even though she's walking on it now. We're being very careful. She's literally she's, like, on the couch right now, which is great. So much better, though. She's not holding her foot up. She's kinda walking on it. Still slow. I'm still keeping her slow, honestly. I just don't want her to get a real injury. That would suck. Uncontrolled sharding. Can you imagine just piss-assing yourself to death? Ashley Gavin, she's a bush lesbian that's about our age. She's very funny. She also does a podcast called We Have Gay Sex. Oh, wait, I know her. I know her. She's hilarious. I listen to the podcast. Does that shock you? I didn't remember her name, but I knew the name of the podcast because I'm terrible with names, but I listen. Yeah, no, fantastic. I honestly, Banana, just recently found her. By just recently, I mean like in the last 5 months. I just found her. I'm in love. All her guests, everyone, everything I'm just in love. Yeah. No, fan fucking tastic suggestion though. But yeah, I don't even remember how. I think she was suggested on YouTube or something because her podcast is also a YouTube show and she interviewed someone I think I like or something. I don't even remember. I don't remember the first one I found, but I found her very randomly and I was like, "Oh my god, how did I go this long without this?" We Have Gay Sex. Look up the podcast. It's fucking hilarious. I mean, it's especially if you were like me and for a long portion of your life you were really had no idea if you wanted to be Lucy Lawless or be on Lucy Lawless because you didn't have the language, vocabulary, or anything for gay. Their experiences are so fucking relatable. Holy shit. Holy shit. And they're funny as fuck. Something new and horrific. Oh, goody. Someone a while ago ate a gecko on. Wait, did the person die? Because, like, no shit, the gecko died. What the fuck? Like, is this Fear Factor wannabes? What the fuck? Do you remember that stage in? Oh, yeah. She was up here. I can't even do it anymore. My voice doesn't go there anymore. She's touring through the area in October. No shit. Oh my god. I wonder if it's around TwitchCon, though. Dude, we'll have to check the dates because that'd be sick. The person who ate it died? Ew. Does anyone wanna talk about cock rings and prostates for sex stuff? I don't know much about them. However, I do have a funny story about cock rings, if you'd so enjoy such a thing. It's not a personal one, which almost makes it worse. Rhythm is a dancer. I don't wanna see someone eating a gecko. I mean, well, makes me sad when people do that shit. Why? Dude, yeah, I don't have any experience with cock rings. However, let's take a hit. It's a funny but gross story. It's, like, scarred me forever, but it's funny in hindsight. I know, I know, I know. Cheers. Tongue. As a person who's worked in an ER a lot, I've never seen a cock ring stuck on someone, and I, like, wanna know what happened, but I don't wanna know what happened. Is that, like, when people die bloated with rings on? That was a hot hit. Jesus Christ. Ooh, overshare of the day. Unfortunately, I can only really talk about prostates from the chronic medical issues perspective. Sit down to pee, y'all. Honestly, best piece of advice for prostate health: sit to pee and get a squatty potty if you can. That's seriously, like, I don't understand the masculinity like weird hang up about like if you sit to pee, you must be a woman. Like, first off, do I need to say it? Is it really that bad being a woman? Nah, you guys seem to like us quite a bit. Secondly, it's so much better for your prostate health. Big time. So, story time. So, my parents were moving. That was a really high hit, sorry. Give me one sec. Dude, I wish YouTube videos would load. Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up to see if it'll somehow load eventually. Ball sack. That's a 7-year-old video? Is it really? Wow. I didn't think that I know this exact video. I did not think it was that old. Wow. I can't get it to play. I'm just looking at the opening picture of myself. I look like a different person. It's just weird. So, good question. How does sitting help the prostate? So, when you're standing and you whip out your dick or your whatever the fuck you have to take a piss while standing, standing upright, you're using all your core, you're using all these sorts of muscles everywhere, all throughout your inner body parts and your legs to keep yourself upright while this is happening, right? So that includes your pelvic floor muscles. And, oh, chat, don't do the double thing. Okay. So, when you employ the pelvic floor muscles, those muscles are literally what is used to prevent urinary action. Those muscles go into action when you come and when you have a hard on to prevent you from peeing inside of your partner. So you're kind of forcing piss out of your body through a mechanism that's trying to prevent it. And that pressure then gets distributed elsewhere and puts additional pressure on your prostate, which can cause inflammation and then excess white blood cells rush to the area, and so on and so forth. Things happen that are bad. Your prostate is the holding tank of semen, which is the carrier fluid for your actual like spermsies. So like you need it, and coming is good. Emptying that thing regularly is a good plan. Real talk. I'm Keegling right now, motherfucker. Oh my god, High Ren is so good. We've watched it multiple times, Dracus. It's so fucking good though. I would love to play it. My internet's a little fucky right now, so my YouTube videos aren't loading, but what a fucking good song. Oh, gross. Man dies in absolute agony 10 days after eating gecko on a dare. Is it wrong of me to say karma? Hi, gay. Hi, honey. No problem. I mean, that's a very like basic explanation of it. I'm not a pro when it comes to that stuff. I've just read about it because, it seems to be prostate cancer seems to be one of the a number one killer of a lot of people I've known personally. I saw it a lot in the hospital. So I just kind of like asked a lot of really smart people that I worked with at the hospital, doctors and whatnot, like, what the fuck is it with this prostate bullshit? Like, why does it keep killing people? And one of the main causes is fucking additional pressure on the prostate because of standing and peeing, which is wild. It kind of feels like karma. Like, why are we fucking eating a live gecko? That's just fucking weird. If you do XYZ, you're a woman. Unless you're one of them, they're transies, then that doesn't count. Oh my god, I hate that shit so much. It's too real. It's too real. Yeah, I have them all up. They're just not. I'm on the spinny white circle. Saturdays, they're the worst. Not the worst, but they're like the worst. Stupid. I have them though. I'm organizing them. I've got them. Did he eat it raw? I mean, not cooked. That'd be bet. Wait, eat what raw? What happened? I sit down to pee in the mornings, not so much during the rest of the day. I get it. Honestly, like, if I could stand to pee, if I had to pee in like public use toilets, I would stand every single time. Like, if I can, I do the hover squat. Because I don't trust people's hygiene, especially after the last couple of years. Like, for fuck's sake, adults still don't know how to wash their goddamn hands. Yuck. What's that mean for your ass? Anyways, cock rings. So I don't even Myron came in out of nowhere and was like, "Y'all want to talk about cock rings and prostate health?" And that's how we got here. Which is totally fine with me. That's the perfect way to start a fun conversation. Cock ring story. Almost forgot. So my parents were moving out of the house that they built, the weird like hexagon-y one, because all the kids had moved out, and this house was enormous. It was 3-story, like, the quintessential like brown fucking wood looking, not a log house, but like a brown house with shit tons of windows on a lake. That's what our house was. My dad built it, so it wasn't that expensive, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, it was huge because I had 8 siblings, and by the time my sister and I moved out, there was no one left, and my parents were like, why the fuck do we have this enormous house? So they were moving, and we dumbly offered to come help. Who am I? I don't know. I always help. I always offer, but whatever. So we went to help them, not even realizing that not only were we packing up my parents' house, we're packing up my dad's shop, which is bigger than the house. Oh my god. Don't make your kids pack up your shop, dads. Fuck. You know we're gonna do it wrong. Stop asking. Anyways, so I don't remember at what point, but like I said, our house was weird, and all the stairs to get to all the floors were just stacked on top of each other, just like you would go up a flight, little landing, go up a flight, little landing, and like the 3 levels you could pop out on. And we were in the middle floor, and my stepdad comes down and he's like, "Can you guys go grab the mattress?" And it was like me and ex-boyfriend and my little sister Sarah at the time, the one that comes into chat every once in a while. And we were like, "Okay." We go up to my parents' room, and they've got one of those like big fucking king mattresses that have handles on the side. So my ex is on one side, me and Sarah on the other side, and we pick the mattress up. And my mom, she's like a fancy, like she likes to interior direct, so it's like a nice. She has like a nice, like it looks like I don't know how to say it, like a cottagecore country home, like white but aged, fake aged, looking like wrought iron bed frame and like ruffles all over the bed and shit. So we're like being careful, I guess. We lift up the mattress, and I'm not shitting you. In the dead center of a king size box spring is a neon pink fucking cock ring with it's like one of those neon pink rubber ones with spikes all over it, and then like the battery pack. thing. I've never used one. I've just seen them like in Walgreens and shit like that. They're everywhere. In the dead fucking center. And it was like we all connected mentally. We were all holding the mattress up and we all saw it at the same time and like looked at each other over the mattress and just dropped it and turned around and started going back down the stairs. Like no words were shared. We just fucking bailed. And my dad was coming up the stairs at the same time and he's like, "Hey, the fuck? Where's the mattress?" And we just I think one of us, I can't remember which one of us said, "Get it yourself." And we all went downstairs and just got some boxes. Like we went downstairs, grabbed some boxes and got busy, like looked busy so he couldn't interact with us. And then him and my mom come down with the mattress and they're like, "Go get the box spring before I bat your fucking head," or some redneck, whatever he would say. And we go up there and the cock ring was gone. But there was a giant bottle of lube with a pump top next to the bed. At least they're still doing it, I suppose. But I like don't want to know. I don't want to know. Can we just like not leave those things for our kids? Yeah. And that's my stepdad, which makes it grosser. Like, it's not like, "Oh, at least that's what made me." It's like, "Oh, gross, he fucks my mom." You know what I'm saying? Not to mention, he's like a 6'3" redneck with missing teeth and a mullet and shit, and constantly, when he gets drunk, makes jokes about his tiny dick. Like, my whole life. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what to do. Rednecks. That's all I got. I don't know another excuse for it. Overshares to the fucking degree. Motherfucker, I don't know what to do. It's burned into me forever. And like it's not surprising. My family's pretty like open, sex positive. We're not very taboo really about anything ever. Like dinner conversations growing up were like my mom's stories from work and she worked in an ER, so you can imagine the things she pulled out of people. That's what she'd be like slicing meatloaf like, "And then we cut the liver out," it was just it's most of two of my aunts, the twins, are super open about their giant vibrators. Like, they love to talk about them in front of their current super young boyfriend. Like, it's really weird. I don't know. They're very like, I don't know. I don't know. Really open about that stuff. Very, very open about that stuff. I think my Aunt Linda has literally referred to her vibrator as her boyfriend at one point. Things you don't want to know for a 100, Alex? Thank you so much. I'd like to buy cyanide. Yeah, they're just open. They're sick. When we moved last year, the first thing my hubs and I did was pack our bedroom shit up first and labeled it toxic. Smart move. Smart. My mom, not so much. I think she's just a space cadet. I think she forgets things. I mean, I'm almost positive my mom's just as ADHD as me, but she's older and will not go get therapy. I think she's just a space cadet. I don't fucking know. She would never do any of that on purpose. You right. Almonds are expensive. Speaking of dangling modifiers, it's burned into me forever. Hashtag, where's the context? I'm not the parent that wants to cause the trauma. We talked, dude. Thank fuck. I don't think like I think my parents are just like, especially my stepdad, they're just like a different type of person. Hillbilly people, I guess. I don't know. Like the things that they said to us growing up or just said around us, I would never utter in front of a child. I wouldn't utter in front of a middle schooler. Maybe not even a teenager. But to them it's funny, I guess. Well, for me, it'd be expensive, but that's very much because I live in the fucking desert where nothing grows. Like, I don't think we cultivate anything but like beef out here. Fruit is really expensive here, I've noticed. It sucks. I gotta go like farmers markets and shit. I helped a friend move once, and her mother in law ended up finding that particular box. Oh no. How did that conversation go? Like, what is that? What happens when that happens? What's worse, accidentally running across family members' dirty objects or having them run across your own? I've never had any. I know that sounds super fucking boring, but like little Miss Ma'am over here does just fine. I don't know. I'm really boring. I hid drugs. Like that was my biggest fear. My mom's gonna find drugs. She's gonna find my drugs in my room somewhere. That was always my fear. Um, but honestly, I'd rather my mom run across mine because she would. I'd rather her be scarred than me. She gonna die sooner. That's just facts. Not a fun fact, but it's a fact. I'd have to live way long. I have to live knowing that my dad probably invests in neon pink vibrating cock rings with little rubber spikes on them. Probably for my mom. That's just not fair. It's unkind. Why would you do that? I have so much I already have to live with. What's my favorite nut? Brazil nuts, but like the nut that I like consume the most often is peanuts. Peanuts are just delicious, but it's not really a nut, is it? Are we gonna get technical? Brazil nuts. They're delicious. You see some shit that you can never unsee when helping peeps move. And honestly, I'm not a snooper. Like I don't have curiosity to snoop through people's things. It's just like they get left out, I guess. Colorado cultivates some bomb peaches though. Do we really? See, I've never lived anywhere that actually cultivates peaches. When are they in season? Is it fall? Dude, I love peaches. A wild dildo story. I love wild dildo stories. Oh my god, did you tame it? I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry. My dad was very prude about his and my mom's sex life. So when he died and mom started dating my now stepdad, she got a big yakety happy about how much she was enjoying being a sexually liberated woman. That I think that's exactly my parents. Like the relationship before my stepdad was my dad, who was a raging alcoholic. I don't even know how she got that shit up. And then she got with my stepdad, who was like 8 years younger than her and virile as fuck. And I think she was like, "Look at me and my young man friend. We gonna fucking shit." And we were all like, "Help us." It was a terrible time. I don't work Fridays and can flex my schedule. Otherwise, we'll go to the best I know. Well, it's becoming that season too. Then I can. That's how you learn what has actually grown around you, right there. It's been so long since I've been to one. Oh my god, it's been so long since I had cobbler. Shut up. If I remember right, I think it was the costumes on top for the most part, and she was able to get to it before they got down to the bottom. But she had a popcorn outfit that they made fun of her for the rest of the move. A popcorn outfit. Wait, what? Like as a piece of popcorn? Because that's kind of dope. That's kind of dope. That box needs a lock. Word. Yes. I was in the hospital a few years ago. My mom cleaned up my bedroom against my will. Oh, yeah. Moms, I mean, they have to know that. Come on. Moms in chat, have you ever gone into your child's room over the age of 16 and just thought innocently, I won't find anything nefarious or sticky weird here? Like, come on. I had 3 brothers. I didn't even know what was going on, and I knew not to touch anything near their bed or their bedroom. I knew there was something creepy. Like, you don't. She knew she was gonna find at least some shit. They're not. Moms aren't dumb. Come on. They literally did some fucked up shit to make you. Like, she had to know. She was looking. Come on. That would haunt me too. I think that would haunt anybody. Treasure your parents, or at least your mom while you can. I mean, I do. I learned that just from my grandparents. I was really blessed to be able to spend so much time with my grandparents, but that blessed and cursed. It taught me a good lesson though. Dude, Brazil nuts, cashews are really good too. Cashews, for some reason, I can only eat so many though, and I get a weird taste in my mouth. Like I start getting a weird aftertaste. You can't farm Brazil nuts. Interesting. Your stream title totally got me. I ended up thinking about it so much it dissolved into the organ doing scene from Monty Python's The Meaning of Life. These are the things I think about when I'm sober. Like, I don't have stoner thoughts. I have, oh, I haven't smoked in 12 hours thoughts. And I just sit in the mirror like, huh, oh, stream is starting. And then stream title, and then there we go. It's a mess up there. There's a peach festival? Dude, I am down. I love peaches. My mom used to can peaches when I was a kid, but we would have to drive to Central Washington to get them. My stepdad would do the joke. This was for the last night. Whenever giving her money for anything, oh, I love that so much. I'm not no shit. So when I worked in the hospital, we all would use Venmo if we got takeout, like the whole unit, all the nurse, like usually one of the techs who was if on a slow night would walk around and take everyone's order from like the local Greek place or whatever, and then we'd Venmo somebody, and our Venmo messages were always like hookers and blow, or that one time, sorry about the poop smears, or it was just and if you've ever used Venmo, you can see people's descriptions of what they're throwing money out if they make it public. And we did it on purpose because it was just fucking hilarious. And the whole unit, it would be I mean, the most foul shit. Nurses are sick. Nurses are sick. All nurses should be comedians because they are sick. Oh, especially when there's no holds barred. Like when they know their only audience is other nurses. Oh, bitches be wild. Nurses Gone Wild would be a fucking the true American Horror Story. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh, they're not nuts. They can't be farmed because their reproduction is complicated, Katie, and they can't be shipped via plane mostly since they're radioactive. Okay, so my favorite nut just happens to be the most complicated radioactive nut. Sick. That explains why I glow. Back in my teens, I was dating this guy. It was my birthday. He took me out for dinner at a restaurant. He also had a present. Cool. Or is it? We ate. Then he had me open the present in the Stop it. In the restaurant, it was a dildo. And was a play on this thing I used to say where I would joke I have an invisible penis. Oh my god, I joke about that all the time. Or am I joking? Nobody knows. So it was crazy funny. That's amazing. But that's not where this journey ends. Stop it. Okay, keep going. I'm excited. Oh, it was a movie. Okay, that's still kind of dope. Bananas are radioactive? The fuck? Random backtracking, but good lord, that gecko story was wild. I pulled it up. I saved it. I'm kind of scared to read it, but I think I'm going to. If she did, she didn't say anything. Exactly. Some Christian American moms will. That's idiot. I mean, they're pretending. They're looking for stuff. My mom never went in my room unless she was looking for something. She would never just volunteer to clean my room as a kid. She was looking for shit. You're not. I am my mom. Like they made me. They know what's up. Moms are smart. We can make fun of them all we want. They're smarter than us. They always will be. They made us. My mom maybe had some sad, mildly disappointing sex, and my brain came out of that. Long story short, I guess you would. I'm gonna stop now. Nurses and teachers, same. Oh my god. You know what? Eh, nope. I stand by it simply because I was gonna say I think teachers have more wild stories, but that's because of my background as a nurse. Like respiratory nurse, like I'm more numb to that stuff, so it's not as wild to me. Whereas the stories that some of these my teachers teach, we have a lot of teachers in our community tell me, "Oh fuck, kids are wild, especially the wee ones." Oh my god, like I have never like most of my patients couldn't talk, so I don't get to have these conversations. Some of these teachers have with kids. You're just like, kids say what? It's amazing. I had a patient with wobbly teeth one time. That was scary. Teeth go Mickey deal. Teeth go gray from wine and that because it blocks blood flow to the nerves. I thought it stained the teeth. Interesting. Is it the alcohol? Is it because people swish wine around their mouth? Someone sent me a dildo and I opened it on stream, and like you can't have sex toys or anything that looks like a penis, vagina, or female nipple on stream. Like that's just across TOS. So I was like, oh wow, a model rocket. Like I just sat there for 5 minutes explaining how it wasn't a dildo. It was wildly, wildly awkward. Funny as fuck though. It's somewhere in that fucking dungeon we have with all Zach's like gimp masks and shit you guys send him. Christian moms make you clean your own room, right? They just bitch at you when you don't. Hi, LZT. How are you, love? Valid measure of exposure to dad jokes because of me specifically. Dad jokes are the best. Bananas are a measure of radioactivity. In fact, a banana equivalent dose. Shut up. Pretty sure it was my dad's birthday present. So my little sister Sarah, no shit cocky, is is born exactly 9 months to the day from my birthday, and I think yours might be grosser. I don't know. It's always been so weird to me because that was, like, my last birthday party I ever had, and it was pink and purple unicorns and Pegasuses with streamers and shit everywhere and balloons. Pink and purple. Pegasus and unicorns. That was my fucking jam. Not My Little Pony because it was off-brand. It was from the dollar store and we weren't rich, but it was dope, and that in combination with a bunch of little girls around the age of 5 years old screaming, somehow got my parents all hot and bothered. I don't fuck me up, dude. I don't know what the fuck went down there. But, like, yours might be weird. Yours might be more like, "Ugh. How about that?" We're 5 years apart, but 4 years and 9 months. Exactly. I'm March 3rd, she's December 3rd. We're both born on a Thursday. It's like perfect. She was born on her due day too. It's fucked up. My mom just laughs when I bring this up. She just goes, "Oh, hee hee," and I'm like, "You're fucked. Look me in the eye and do that." Glut, how are you, love? Patient, ooh, former respiratory therapist. I still have an active license that I keep up to date. I do like all the education credits and shit like that, but I don't work in a hospital anymore because these kind folks throw money at me and allow me to not unplug Nana for a living. Thank you. That was a dark time. I always say unplug Nana, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I unplugged like maybe 3 Nanas. I mostly unplugged so much worse. Anyways, that's why there's drugs. Welcome to my stream. What's up? What did the cat say to the mouse as it drove by in the race car? Meow. That's pretty good. Do I look like a damn kitty cat to you, son? Meow. Cheers. Oh shit, Demonishi. No, you can always repost. It's my fault I missed it. I wanted the second part. Kona, that's kind of sweet. Hold up. Okay, so the part 2 of the story, no worries. In Washington, I lived with Bio Dad's stepmom. I moved to New York for a while to spend time with Bio Mom. One day, my stepmom calls me, tells me she found the dildo and she used it. You win. You win. I don't know if you wanted to, but you win. Meanwhile, Nick's like, we need more details to assess the situation. Which hole exactly was the aforementioned dildo put inside and for how long? Yes. Excellent. All the way. Oh, interesting. That's where yeah. Sick. I feel like a dog hair stuck on my nose ring. It's itchy. That's amazing. You win. That's a don't. This is a very veiny rolling pin. My mom and I just don't have that kind of relationship. No, Glut, no. No. I don't think it's just about, like, leftover crusties. I think it's a little it's, like, more than that. Maybe like, if someone took me home after a fun night out and whipped out a bag of secondhand sex toys, I would get up and leave quickly. No. You want to see my collection? Donk. Don't worry, these two are stuck together. Where'd you get these eBay? Oh my god. I wanna die right now. No. That's so beautiful and so fucked up. Wow, holy shit. LDT, I was gonna say, would it freak you out to tell you that before we permanently unplug someone, we do unplug and plug them back in? We don't call it that, but, we do that. Yeah. It's yeah, it's part of the test to see if you can breathe on your own before I extubate you. Also part of the test to see if you're brain dead before I extubate you. I literally just like it's dark, but like how there's a tube down your throat, but then it goes to the machine. There's a lot of breaks in that tubing. We make it. We like measure you and then measure your lungs and we measure the tubing and we cut it apart and make it and jam different pieces together. We make that whole thing. And I just stand there with a stopwatch and I unplug the tubing and stare at your face for 30 seconds. I laugh because I'm uncomfortable. I just stare at you for 30 seconds or less if you take a breath. If you just breathe great, then I get to extubate you. If you like don't do anything or just go like, then we like, extubate you. And then after 30 seconds, I go bap. I plug you, I unplug you and plug you back in again. I never thought of it that way, but it's quite literally it. It's a little fucked. Thank you again for letting me do this instead of that. I Death. Yeah, it kind of. We call it a brain death test. Which is dark. What up, Brooby? How you doing, BB? Guess you're not a witch. Good news, you're innocent. Bad news, you're dead. Dude, it feels like that sometimes. Sometimes. It's dark. It's dark. The Linskys. It's dark. Dark. I thought nurses just stuck a harmonica in their mouths to see if they were still with it. Oh man, if you only knew. We kind of do that too. Is that fucked up? No shit. If I'm gonna extubate you, I have like it looks like a giant tire pressure gauge, and I unhook you from the ventilator and I stick that pressure gauge onto the tubing and I stare at you in the eyes and I say, Suck. Suck. Suck harder. Suck, suck, suck. Keep sucking. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Suck. And if you don't suck the right number, you don't get to get extubated. But if you do, I get to extubate you. It's part of the test. But sometimes it goes like it makes a harmonica sound. I can't even imitate it. Like if you blow poorly on a harmonica, it kind of makes that sound. It's weird. We do a lot of weird things. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Yeah, it's like a wheeze. That's literally it's like a multi-toned wheeze. And it usually just means if that's happening, they probably have good lung strength and they can come off the ventilator. Yeah. Did you know that if you connect a block of jello to a brain activity monitoring thingy, it will give results sufficient to not being qualified as brain dead? I've done a lot of brain death tests, and we've never put electrodes in someone's brain, so I have no fucking idea. That might be a neuro conversation. Neuro, are your ears burning? Can we stick electrodes into a brain and a jello? Because I just don't know. All of my brain death tests are a little more visceral. Dude, 6. Honestly, like, we kinda do something that's similar to that. It's so gross. You guys know what would get you up out of a dead coma. Like, you guys already know. You're just saying it not in hospital terms. Instead of letting a cat climb up and down your body, we take needles and poke the soles of your feet really hard. Because there's something like, even if you're in the deepest coma of comas, medical or otherwise, if you're not brain dead, you'll twitch. So we take, like, a big needle and just in the bottom of your feet. Ugh. We do a lot of fucked up shit, but it's to absolutely make sure you're actually brain dead before we ever just let you go. Like, we don't wanna let someone go who's there, ever, so we do fucked up shit to make sure you're not there. Your feet, yeah, it's, like, the middle, like, the arch of your foot where it's soft. I mean, literally, my toes curl even thinking about what it must feel like. Thankfully, everyone I've ever done it to is dead, and they don't do anything. Ugh. I don't have to put effort into sucking. Hell. Sucking? Mhm. Sucking is an absolutely life-saving skill. Yes. Sucking for real. Your suck pressure, the ability for you to fill your lungs as fast and as efficiently as possible has to do with diaphragmatic strength. Your diaphragm's a muscle. Work that shit. Oh, evil. I'm so sorry, honey bean. It's I mean, there's nothing worse. Ventilators suck. I'm so sorry. I hope you had a good RT though. Respiratory nurse. I really. I've never worked with someone who's bad at doing the unplugging, for lack of a better term. Like, people most of the RTs I've ever worked with, if not all of them, have a streak of empathy that, like, I've always said that someone else said this to me, and I just adopted it because it's so true, but every RT, respiratory nurse, whatever you wanna say, the person in charge of life support machines, they all have a story. No one is 18, goes to college, and becomes a respiratory therapist. Usually, there's a big old gap where they do something else, and then they're an RT. And there's usually a story, and it's usually sad, and they have a sense of empathy, and that's why they're able to do that job and not, break down. They can be a supporting, like, backbone for people in situations like that. It's crazy. It's a different world for sure. The waves that the gelatin produces are much, much smaller in amplitude, and so a person would have to be extremely sick in order to get down to that electrical activity that might be read from gelatin, but not dead. Interesting. I mean, we don't even do brain death tests on people unless, like, they are so fucking comatose that you could slap them and they don't move. Then we start doing, like, the weird, poking their feet and shit like that. And only if the family is like, we don't wanna keep them on a ventilator if they're not alive, that kinda stuff. Wiggle your big toe. Paging Doctor Neuro, we need brain information. I didn't work in the neurosurgical ward. Like, neurology, neuroscience, neurosurgery, however you wanna put it, neurology as a science is so fucking finite and specific that they get their own surgical unit, they get their own building. They are, like, their own damn thing. They're an island. I worked over there every once in a while covering shifts, so I learned a lot, but I am by no means a neurological nurse by any means. Like, I learned a lot, but goddamn no, I'm a surgical, like, give me the wound care any day. Right? The brains, man, they're wild. I told you guys I fingered a brain one time. That was horrible. And that wasn't even like, that was not a neuro patient. They were just in my unit with their brain exposed. No, thank you. Calling Dr. Howard, Dr. Fine. Dr. Neuro. He does lurk a lot. He might actually, this is kind of the time he might be streaming. There's a show on Netflix called Lenox Hill, and the doctors do brain surgery, and I couldn't stop watching. Was it one of those ones where they keep the patient alive, like awake? Alive, of course. Awake. I saw one very recently where they kept the patient completely awake and lucid, and they had the patient play violin while they did brain surgery. So they could tell if they got dangerously close to somewhere that might fuck up his violin playing. It was so bizarre because they had his head in like all this crazy vice shit. So even though he's playing violin, like there's no way he could have moved his neck or head. So they could still, I mean, did you see that one? Fucking crazy. Brain stuff, dude. What the fuck? Well, you don't have any nerves in your brain. There's not even blood free flowing. So it kind of makes sense, but like, fuck. The only reason they knock people out for a lot of those surgeries is because if you move, they might fuck up and it's for your safety. But damn, dude. Fucking crazy. Oh my god. Unplugs the wrong one. Shut the fuck up. Ooh, you gonna dye your hair purple and pink? Fuck yes. Do it. I'm not brain dead. I'm brain resting. Man. I'm dialed in. I'm learning shit about my body again on Saturday. Fuck, dude. Does it always happen on Saturdays? Maybe it's because our videos get fucked, so I just end up on a medical tangent. Maybe I should just make Saturdays like that. I should just plan for that. I should get like a diagram. I've always wanted to get a giant poster of like heart and lungs so I can actually like have something to talk, like point at when I talk about stuff. Because I feel like sometimes I just talk and sound like a pretentious slut. I don't ever want anyone to feel stupid. I don't mean to be that way. It's so hard. Bodies are magic. They are hot fucking mystical magic on the inside. I don't know. They're crazy. Like the more you learn about bodies, the more you're like, oh, I know fuck all. There are 2 different patients they kept awake. No shit. Was it for something similar like music? That's I mean, it's cool that we're able to do that. It just freaks me the fuck out. Like that is serious shit. That's your head's open. If there aren't nerves in your brain mush, how do headaches work? Headaches are usually a result of a lack of blood flow to the brain, or it could be brain swelling for one reason or another. Like, there's so many different reasons depending on the type of headache, whether it's migraines or not, but usually has to do with restricted blood flow to the brain, which has to do with, either not consuming caffeine when you're normally very addicted to caffeine or being dehydrated. Because there are vessels across, like you have your brain, which is just like a fatty lump of nerve shit, and that's where all the stuff happens. And then you have, correct me if I'm wrong on this, the pia mater and then dura mater, which are like 2 layers between your brain and the fluid that like is around your brain and then your skull, right? And then there's fluid between those layers. The pia mater, it's kind of like, how do you describe that shit? It's like a shell over your brain, but you can peel it off. We all dissected brains in school. Like if you did anatomy and physiology, you probably dissected a brain. You can peel, like it comes off with the imprint of the brain in it, and it's like a clear shell. I don't know. And then the dura mater is more of a wiggly, like leathery, like shell around the pia mater. And between all of those layers, there are different vessels feeding oxygen via blood to the brain and taking away CO2. It's very complicated. I'm sorry again for the fucking. There's some skins upstairs. I don't know how to put it. It's so creepy. Literally, I got really into it when I was in school. We got each group, we always had like a lab table that would have like 6 people at it. And then they had us pair off, and each pair got their own sheep brain with pia and dura mater intact, which is pretty rare to get. We usually get like leftovers because we were like, um, but we got one with everything intact, and we got a whole extra letter grade on our upcoming midterm or something if we could get the pia mater and the dura mater off fully intact without harming the brain. And me and my partner did it. I felt fucking dope. It was sick. It was like the coolest like playing operation without the meh shit. It was so much fun. I love that stuff. They gave us real scalpels. Big bills! Greetings from the workplace. Aw, man. Good old blows. Dude, I keep meaning to. I've got a box in like we have like a spare bedroom where we keep all our costumes and stuff we use for RPGs and stuff in there. And I still have somewhere my Lowe's button. If you worked there from the ages that I did long ago, it was the huge ass button that said ask me a question or something like that. It was like this whole campaign for us to start attacking customers like, "Hi, how can I help you? Are you sure you don't need help? Are you sure? Would you like to hear about a new project? Can I help you with your project? Can I insist another project?" Like, it was that whole, like, fucking climate of it. It was terrible. And then it just had a big old Lowe's on it, and we would take whiteout and make it was so easy to do. You could white out it and make it say blows, and it looked almost perfect. But it was so close to Lowe's that no one ever caught it. And if they did, you would just put the button on your titty, and then you'd be like, "Can you just not like, this is sexual harassment. You have to stop staring at my chest." So, like, they never had time to figure out it said blows. It was amazing. I still have that pin somewhere. Somewhere in here. I just gotta find it. Dude, fuck yeah. Then you remember those things. Do you remember do you guys still have those stupid, it was big. It was a big pin. It was like, ask me. Yeah, I'll just make Saturday's brain day because then Spotify works. I mean, it can at least play music. No shit. There's a video of your dad's brain surgery. Oh my God. Was that weird to watch? Fever 42C. Holy shit. That's brain cooking. Oh, honey. They took her off a blood cleaning machine, which coincidentally was also keeping her fever down and made her seem like she was doing well. Took her off and everything went to shit and her budget. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I've seen that happen one too many times, man. That's just. Did she. I mean, you don't seem to have a problem talking about it, but please tell me to shut the fuck up if you don't want to talk about someone you loved passing away. I am a nerd and I dig, and please tell me to shut up. Did she have a head injury? That was my only question. That's usually the kind of thing that happens when you cook. Is usually it's a head injury to the part of the brain that controls your internal temperature, and you cook your brain. It sucks. It's so terrible. I mean, sucks is putting it so fucking lightly. It's the worst. I'd say, yeah. Ugh. The worst. One of the blood tubes in my brain is thinner than the other. Fun fact. Oh. Oh, God. Like the ones that go across the top left and right. I don't know the names of them anymore. I used to know shit. And if you'd ever go into a medical program, you have to take anatomy and physiology. Andrew can attest to this one, and anybody that's ever done it. You have to memorize, like, so you know how you can take the jaw off the bottom of a skull and turn it upside down, and then you've got just the roof of the mouth, and then like the base of all of this. Every vessel that goes up your neck has a very specific hole it goes through in the base of your skull to go up and feed the pia mater, dura mater, brain, all that mess up there. And when you're in anatomy and physiology, you have to not only memorize the very specific, wildly, strangely named holes that every single vessel goes through, which is not often named after the vessel that goes through it, whether it's, a jugular or whatever. You have to memorize every little divot. Like, this thing is not flat and smooth. It's like there's these little divot. You have to remember every divot, the names of all the divots. Every dent has a fucking name, every crack. It was mind numbing. Everybody has to do it. Everybody. If you go to dental hygiene, you have to learn that shit. It's crazy. Ask me now, did I ever have to do anything that had to do with the dents in the top of your skull? No. No, I did not. But I'd do it. Everybody does. It's crazy. It was especially for someone that doesn't have great eyes. I was sitting there like in the light, like, where are the dents? It's terrible. They kept them awake so they could have them move their arms and legs at certain points because, oh my God, they wanted to remove all the tumor, but they didn't want to mess up their motor skills. That's kind of genius to come up with that way to do the surgery. If you think about it, like, it's fucking sick, but also kind of genius. Like, especially if they're not just sitting there in pain. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you woke up when they did your ablation? Oh my God. Did you feel it? Oh, wait, I thought you had to be awake for an ablation. Yours might have been different. My mom had an ablation. It was an ablation, right? Where they go and, like, scratch the side of your heart to try to, like, burn a nerve so you don't go into AFib anymore. That's an ablation, right? I think. Your medulla oblongata is the bottommost part of your brain. It controls the alligator's anger. Its location means it's where your brain and spinal cord connect, making it a key conduit for nerve signals to and from your body. It also helps control vital processes like your heartbeat, breathing, and blood pressure. Ugh. Boo on that. You've been with him 18 years? Damn, I was only there 7. Only. Lowe's, Twitch is officially my oldest job, if you call that whatever this is. I watched very little of it. He was a glioblastoma patient back when that was even less recoverable than it is now. His tumor was located midbrain, so there was some learning stuff to be done there as I understand it. Hot fucking tit damn. That's I don't know if I could watch that either, to be honest. Shit. Brains are fucking weird, dude. Would you like some wood? I've watched a very oh wait, was it The Waterboy with the memorable quote, "Something's wrong with" yes. Yeah, literally, because he's in class, he gets to go to college or whatever because they want him to play football, and the teacher's talking about alligators, and he raises his hand, stands up and says, "Mama says the alligators are angry because of something." And the teacher's like, "The medulla oblongata," and he's like, "No, it's this mama says." And he gets all pissed off. I don't remember. I have not seen that movie for ages. It's a good one though. But yes. And then it's like his friends drag Adam Sandler's character out, Waterboy, and the teacher says that something's wrong with his medulla oblongata. And the whole class is like, bullying, fun. It's cute. Can you imagine being able to cable manage your skull? What's that itch in my oh no. Me and my mom got to watch 2 heart surgeons have a big dick contest over whether or not my dad had a blockage or not the other night. Like a big dick contest in front of you? I mean, regardless, he didn't have a blockage. I mean, that's the important part, and that's fucking awesome. But what the fuck? Who cares whose dick is big? I mean, honestly, like, I hate that shit. That cocky shit. Like, I don't care if I'm right. I have to be right. Fuck off. They went up in and soldered. Yep, they did that to my mom, but she had to be awake. So I'll tell you what happened to my mom and explain. Like, you can tell me if yours was similar or not. But my mom got stuck in AFib, atrial fibrillation. Do I have a heart? I have hearts. I can actually talk. Oh my god, I have hearts. It was in the major blood vessels in the back of the brain. I have a dominant right venous sinus and a narrow left side of the venous sinus, I'm assuming. Interesting. But only those 2? Oh my god, CJ, hero. I'm gonna pull that up, hold on. It is. I've got hearts back here. I'm gonna grab one real quick. I think this is the one the easiest to see the detail on. Maybe? Hold on. I've got a few. I should really just make one that's, like, black. So there's no, like, stripes in it. That works. A little. Ish. Oh, yeah, I mean, I think it's so much safer if you're unconscious while doing surgery on your brain, because if you twitch, I mean, at all, they fuck up and then kill you or whatever, slice something they don't want to. It's an interesting doc show because if you watch all the seasons, 2 of the amazing brain doctors end up needing brain surgery. Holy shit. Oh, the irony is not nice. Brain surgery themselves, when one finds out he has brain cancer and the other has a bad skiing accident. Wow. Wow. I wonder if across the board for medical people, their worst nightmare is what they do. Because, like, I would almost put money down that for every respiratory therapist, their worst nightmare is to be intubated. Hmm. I wonder. A wah 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 wah. I really do. Interesting. That is cool though. I love science stuff like that. So you've got your heart. It's missing the apex. Just pretend there's like, an extra apex. There's like, the apex of your heart. So if you look at like a diagram of a heart, these fatty things on the sides that are usually kind of like a yellow color, yellow beige color in diagrams of the heart, those are the atria, and those are the top two chambers of the heart. And then you've got valves, mitral, blah, 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 valves between that and the ventricles. The ventricles are the two big apexes at the bottom. And your heart has its own nerve brain. It's got nerves that go all around the bottom to the base that cause the whole squeezing of the heart muscle, which is why, your heart still beats when your head's chopped off. It's crazy. Chicken can live without a head. It's insane. So your atria up here. So if you're stuck in atrial fibrillation, what happens is those nerves, so you've got nodes, you've got an S, I'm not even going to go into it. You've got nodes, which are essentially little clusters of nerve bundles, which are little mini brains, and they run your heart independently of this brain. It's pretty wild. Hearts are insane. And what happens is those the nodes, we're just going to be general, the nodes fire, and as that signal travels down the nerves, which one of the names is my favorite, the Purkinje fibers. I fucking love that name. As those signals travel down the nerves and down the heart contracts with those nerve signals, which is how you get the lub dub. Lub dub. That's the nerve signal traveling to each side. And the lub dub sound that you hear and or feel is actually the valves flooding open to allow blood to either fill the ventricle or to squeeze it out the other side to either get oxygenated or to send the oxygenated blood to the rest of your body. Hearts are very complicated. I'm trying not to go too much. But what happens when you're stuck in atrial fibrillation is for some fucking reason the nodes start misfiring or something. Or the nerves could just start activating. It's crazy. It's kind of a mystery. It happens for many different, it's not a mystery, but it happens for many different reasons. But essentially what happens is instead of having the very pleasant lub dub between the two sides, you get lub, lub, or it can be all of the, like it's essentially your heart misfires. And instead of, filling with blood, squeezing the blood out, filling with blood, squeezing the blood out, instead of doing that very rhythmic thing that our body does to keep us alive, it could overfill and stretch, like blow out one side of the heart, could blow out an atria, all sorts of terrible things. Literally, it's not doing it. So you get really lightheaded, you start to feel kind of sick and nauseous because you're no longer oxygenating your body. You're not perforating, you're not pushing that blood out. Your heart's just sitting there going because it doesn't know what it's doing. AFib can happen to a lot of different people, can happen for a lot of different reasons, and most of us experience it for mere seconds, at least once or twice in our life, and it goes away so fast we almost don't notice it. If you've ever just been chilling and all of a sudden it feels like you feel your heartbeat is a marble in your neck going blah, 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 like valve shit, like just flooding, that is sometimes, could be, I get it, is a moment of AFib, and it usually goes away within a few seconds, but you kind of sit there like, is my heart in my throat? It's natural. Everybody goes through weird stuff, especially as we get older. There's additional vessels growing and all sorts of stuff going on. But what happened to my mom is she is stuck in AFib. So she felt it. She felt like bub, 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 bub in her throat. It literally feels like there's like an apple. It's so weird that just all of a sudden you feel your pulse in your neck. And it's real strong. And then you can feel it's like fluttering. It doesn't feel right. And you start to get kind of lightheaded. And my mom got stuck in it in the middle of the night for like over 2 hours, I think she told me, before she called my little sister because I was living in Baltimore at the time and went to the ER. And the first couple things they'll do if you get stuck in AFib is they will shock you, which if you've ever seen people with the paddles, the purpose of those paddles is to stop your heart. I'm sorry I have to throw this in, but it's a really big pet peeve of mine. If you ever see anyone shock someone who doesn't have a pulse, it's as good as putting those paddles on a piece of steak in a freezer. Just an FY-izzle. Now you're smarter. You're welcome. Anyways, they'll shock the heart to try to stop it because sometimes if you shock the heart and stop it, your body will kick it back into a normal rhythm. Literally, turn it off and on again. Where do you think we got this idea? It's crazy. We turn it off and on again a lot of body parts all the time to try to get them to restart. But they'll do that a few times. And then there's a drug. I want to say it's atropine, but I might be totally off on that. Nurses in chat, correct me. There's a drug they'll give you that also stops your heart. Like, they'll give you one drug that literally kills you, and then they'll give you another drug to restart your heart real quick, or they'll do something, punch you or whatever. They did all of this to my mom. No one called me, by the way. I was real pissed when they finally did. No one called me and told me any of this. But they did all of that, and none of it fixed it. She was still stuck in AFib like 6 hours later, so she had to get what's called an ablation. An ablation is where they go in, usually through your femoral artery, like up in your crotch. They send a wire and a little electrode all the way up to your heart, and then they have, I don't remember which kind of scan it is, but some sort of X-ray scanning machine on you so they can see what they're doing up in your heart, and they sit there and shock burn different parts of your heart until your heart stops fibrillating. And some people have to have multiple tries. My mom says, I learned all of this from my mother who got it done. Thank fuck she got one and they hit the right nerve and it stopped fibrillating. She has never had AFib since, but she had to be awake and she said she could feel it and it's terrible. She said it was horrible. It's the creepiest, creepy feeling she's ever felt in her life. Not the AFib, the fucking wire up there. I don't know if they did a camera for my mom or not. I think they had some sort of, because they didn't know where to go. Maybe they did the camera on the end because they knew where to go with yours. And I'm not a doctor. Like, I don't know how they figured that part out. That's not my profesh. She was awake. Yeah. And she said that's normal, though, and I can't remember why. She said a couple friends who have had ablations done, and it's something about they have to test an area. Like, they'll do the ablation to one area, and something about her being awake, they do something, and that tells them whether or not they got the right spot. I can't remember. She had it done a few years ago. I don't remember. But I know she was awake. Yeah. And so I just assumed. Hearts. Super interesting, huh? Hearts are crazy. They're pure magic. This is way bigger than your heart, by the way. Good Lord. I am Yoderone. Thank you. God damn. I don't know why I can't. I'm going to write that on a post-it and just stick it to something so I have to see it all the time. My brain, this is why nurses are superheroes. They're the drugs. They're the drugs. They're the drugs. SVT. Oh shit. 190 over 200. Oh my God. And did it work though? I really hope it did for you. It worked for my mom. Great. She hasn't had it ever since. My wife had to have a temporary pacemaker placed in her while she was awake and without anesthesia. Did she have any like numbing? That's like a full on implant. They must have done a topical or something. Jeez. Jesus. They said they would wake me if they couldn't get it to happen. Sometimes won't. Oh, maybe that's it. Yeah, I don't. Or maybe it's because she's an AFib, so like putting her under is just putting her at risk of like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's really interesting. I'm gonna read about that. I've never thought about that. Like I just accepted it. What a fucking machine. That's kind of a habit I got from Hopkins. You end up, this is not a flex. I worked around some of the smartest people in the world. I swear to God. Like, it was crazy. Listening to them talk, you were just like abnormal brain sizes. I don't know, man. Some of just the smartest people in the world. Like, you get to a point, like, I'm always one to question everything. I love to question. It's kind of how I learned. But you get to a point where I just stopped questioning because they answered it. Like, they're so smart that you don't have any questions. Wild. I am no smarter for working with them, but it was a pleasure. Oh, no shit. I had third-degree heart block once. Oh, my God. How'd they bust it? Holy shit. I think my ML had something like this done past winter. She has AFib heart shit stuff done all the time. Probably something like that. It's really, honestly, AFib's pretty common in women, I guess, as they get older. I don't know if it has anything to do with menopause or like the surge of testosterone or lack of estrogen. I don't know. But I went to a few of the doctor appointments with my mom before she had hers done when she was like, had the AFib shit. And they said it's really common in women over 60, I think is what they said. It's been a while. It's been a bit. Still scary to hear your mom. And like, just to add insult to injury, if you guys have been in my channel for a while and you've listened to me blab and blab and blab and tell stories for days, I've worked at a few different hospitals, few different sizes, few different styles of hospitals in my day. And she went to the scary small hospital I told you guys about. Like The one where I walked out of a lot of rooms to save my license. That's where she went. There are no words. That's why she didn't call me. She didn't want me to know where she was because I would have called another hospital and been like, I'll pay you to go get my mom. Please go get my mom. No. Amiodarone. I remembered it without looking. I'm writing it down. Amiodarone. I just have to, like, I don't know if it's like I have to stare at it forever. That's kind of what I did in college. I would just have these enormous diagrams of hearts and shit that I drew on my walls. So that's all I had to stare at. And I think I just memorized shit because that's all I had to look at. You know how, like, you remember, like, weird patterns in your wallpaper as a kid? Please tell me I'm not the only one. It's like that. It's the only thing to stare at as you go to sleep. So it just kind of gets burned in there. Atropine's the one I thought that I always fuck it up with. It's amiodarone. There's like a rhyme. Andrew, do you know the rhyme? There's a rhyme or like a word game that you can use to remember the drugs that you give someone who's in a heart crisis in the ER. And all of my aunts were ER nurses. My aunt was in ER. One of my twin aunts, two, they were both nurses, but one of them worked in the ER. And my mom was a respiratory therapist manager in an ER. And they both would tell me this rhyme, and I always worked in the ICU. I liked caring for my patients more than just stabilizing. ERs are really fun, but it was like literally the tiny scary hospital. They had a saying like treat 'em and street 'em. It's just turnover, get them out as fast as possible because you've got an ER, you've got an emergency room full of people waiting to get in. And I liked much more being able to spend time on my patient and actually like work on healing them as opposed to just like get the bullet out of their eye or whatever and then get them upstairs. It felt like treat 'em and street 'em even if you were throwing them upstairs into the unit. I hated like I want to keep taking care of my patient, I guess. I felt really weird just handing off critical patients or walking away from one of my patients coding because I'd have to go to the ER where someone else is coding. It's a weird, I don't know. The people that can do that are a unique type of people in all the respect. It was weird to me. I much rather spend the time with my patient, like extended time, I guess. Is that weird? Maybe. I care too much. I'm too empathetic for hospitals. I had to have a PICC line to deliver antibiotics to my aortic valve for like a week. Oh, you had like a with all the octopus out your neck. What'd that feel like? Ooh. Oh no. Those like I used to have to be there for those. They're ain't nothing gonna tighten one's asshole like putting a fucking squid of lines into the artery of a neck. Oklahoma, my God, no. Nothing. That is a balloon knot, my dudes. Holy shit. Oh my God, I did. I was gonna pull it up. Thank you. Thank you. This is the part. Oh, you're right. Hold up. We have to hear this. Oh my God, wait. Zach's downloading a game. I forgot. He literally just came out on a break and looked at me and went, which means we get fucked in the B. Ugh. Lame. Got 3 shots of something that sped up my heart rate for like 5 minutes. Stabilized around 50 BPM. Went to another hospital. Found out it was Lyme. Lyme's? Like Lyme's disease? Holy shit. Whoa. She had complications from Lyme that we had no idea she had contracted. Full heart block. Oh my God. And no symptoms before that? That's terrifying. Ugh. I've been to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Oh my God, Quill. My mom worked at, oh God, what are the 2 hospitals? It's Sacred Heart and you might know the name of the other one. When I lived there, there was 2 major hospitals in Spokane, Sacred Heart and one other one. Oh my God, my brain. I don't remember the other. Deaconess? Deaconess. Deaconess? Maybe? I don't know. But when we lived 2 hours north of Spokane. Literally, that's where our house was. And when we moved to bumfuck nowhere, I don't know why. My parents are educated. Well, my mom's educated. My dad's like, he's like common sense smart. But they did not put together the like, oh, it was super cheap to buy lakeside property and build a mansion. I wonder why. Oh, maybe because you make fuck all money working there at all. Like my mom took a pay cut of like 90%. It was insane. So instead of working around where our house was, she would commute to Spokane. She would like drive to Spokane to work at those hospitals. But then she stopped quite quickly because they were so scary, unethical. Like horror story unethical. So what my mom would do, no shit. I spent 8th grade through senior year in Eastern Washington. And for that entire time, she would drive to Seattle, work for 8 days, and then come home for 10. And she had worked at, it was the same hospital she worked at like her whole life when we lived in Western Washington for like 40 years. She worked there. Now she's just retired and working PRN, whatever. But so they just let her, curate her perfect schedule. So she would work 8 days in a row, which by the way, I don't know about you. I don't want that RT on her 8th day. Oh my God. 8 12-hour shifts in a row, but she could come home for 10. And it was worth it because like literally, you go from making $45 an hour to almost minimum wage. She was like offered $15 an hour in Spokane. It's because the cost of living is shit. I don't know how they didn't put that together. I'm not that old. I figured that out. Sacred Heart. There's a lot of Sacred Hearts and St. Joe's and Sinai's. There's like chain, and they're usually religiously affiliated. Religiously, yeah, religiously. They're usually religiously affiliated hospitals, but there's chains of them all over the place. Yeah, I've noticed that. There's a lot of St. Joe's and St. whatevers. I don't think I've worked at one. I, no, I haven't. Interesting. There's a lot though. Like the vast majority of hospitals are usually like a St. Joe's or something like that. Spending 80 straight minutes in an MRI machine is an interesting experience, I'll tell you. Dude, I mean, Pawn, when did you have yours? Because no shit, I had an MRI when I was in high school for my shoulder. The thing I was telling you guys about yesterday, why it bugs me every once in a while. Um, and I swear to God, it was 3 hours. Like they prepared me. They were like, it's gonna take 3 hours, and you're just gonna lay there, and there's gonna be a little voice that will tell you what's happening, every so and so. But it just sounded like people were outside of this machine slamming it with hammers. Like abusing this weird metal coffin I was in with hammers. But it was long, and nowadays, I guess it's, like, real quick. I can't remember. Someone in chat was telling me very recently, like, they had a very fast MRI, like a 30-minute, and I was like, "What?" I've never had contrast. I don't like the MRI. I can't sit still like that. I go insane, and you can't the problem is, like it's not a problem, I guess. Actually, my therapist and I read about this as well when I was in college. It's a common trait for people who have like clinically diagnosed ADHD that if they become chronically understimulated, they go to sleep like almost narcoleptically. But when you're getting an MRI, like that little voice keeps talking to you, and every once in a while they want you to do something, and you can't go to sleep. Like they literally know the moment you're about to fall asleep, and they'll be like, "Hey there, we're about 20 minutes in," and you're just like, "Can you go fuck yourself?" But you're not allowed to. It's terrible. It's literally like a form of torture. The moment you drift off, "Hi there, can I have your arm shift exactly 0.8 centimeters to the nowhere? Thanks so much." Gush, gush. It's just, and they were like, "Okay, you ripped your shoulder and we can't do anything about it." Sick, sick. What's the fucking point? Leopard cubs, shut the fuck up. It's not a video, right? Oh, thank fuck. Stupid computers. I'm gonna make a way to make Saturdays like just a day where I don't have to depend on the internet for anything other than the stream going up. I'm gonna make Science Day or something. Just so I don't have to fucking worry about it, because it's so fucking annoying. To Amour? Amour. Am I saying that right? How would you say that word? AMUR, leopard cubs, born at Pittsburgh Zoo. That's so cute. Holy shit. The Pittsburgh Zoo has welcomed 2 adorable and critically endangered new bundles of joy. The zoo announced the birth of 2 delightful Amur leopard cubs in a Thursday news release. The babies were born March 18th to first-time mother Semba, according to the release. The cubs are still unnamed and are out of public view. Good. Those are murder kitties. They're so cute. They're just cute little murder kitties, though. Semba was born. Jesus Christ. My page just blinked. It tried to go light mode. Semba was born at the Pittsburgh Zoo herself, and we're so glad to see the next generation join us. She's such a good mom. Okay, well, that's super dope. Isn't it weird that, like, zoos started out like, we only have rescued animals, and then they just started breeding them? I don't know. I hope they're taken care of. I know nothing. I feel like I'm speaking on something I just know nothing on. I wonder about those things, though. I think about them. My internet is so fucked. No shit. Have you ever had a website load where it just loads basically like the links as white text bulleted on the right side of the page and it's just a black page? That's quite literally what your link is trying to do right now, Stajan. We're having a great time. I know. They're so, I mean, and they have no idea that we are terrified of them. Like they could just rip us the fuck up. New MRI tech, no, they went from 2 mm to 5 microns. That was 64 million times better than normal. I wonder if that's why sometimes they're shorter now. It's because in part we use stronger magnets. There we go. Align stuff better so we can bounce radio waves off it easier. That and the software and computers that interpret it are much better. Oh shit, I didn't even think about that. As someone who uses computers all day, every day, that is ignorant of me. I have to get my head, neck, spine plus contrast. Holy shit. Take 3 hours. Place will only do 2 hours max. Okay, what the fuck? How can they prescribe something that no one will do? What? Wait. I had to breathe for about 3 seconds and then hold my breath for every single image they took for 1.5 straight hours. Fuck off. That's like borderline hyperventilating. Do you get fucking lightheaded? Jesus. Oh, it loaded. Brain images just got 64 million times sharper. Wow. That's pretty cool, though. Brains are mysterious. MRI technology from Duke-led effort reveals the entire mouse brain in the highest resolution. Ew, why can't it? Why is it? Oh, they have a GIF. Oh my god, they have a GIF that plays. The video wouldn't, but the GIF will. Dude, what the fuck? Hold on. I was trying to make it bigger, but here we are. That's the mouse brain. Wow. So this is the base going to the top, right? At 5. Wow. That's really, it's kind of beautiful, isn't it? My tongue is so distracting. I'm so sorry. I know. I apologize. It's kind of beautiful. I mean, it's definitely beautiful. The colors make it beautiful, but even if you took away the colors that they image shit with, because that's obviously not happening inside of our weird fat gray shit in our head, it's still kind of fucking cool. Mouse brain in 1080p. That's pretty cool. Coinciding with the 50th anniversary of the first MRI, the researchers generated scans of a mouse brain that are dramatically crisper than a typical clinical MRI for humans, the scientific equivalent of going from a pixelated 8-bit graphic to the hyper-realistic detail of a Chuck Close painting. A science article referencing artists? What's happening? A single voxel of the new images, think of it as a cubic pixel, measures about 5 microns, 64 million times smaller than a clinical MRI voxel. Wow. That's amazing. I wonder if they'll have to do extra precautions to protect our reproductive parts because it's stronger, you know? Most of the world speaks on things they know nothing about, so proceed. I try not to do that. It just makes me I don't want to do that. I like learning, but not I get to go twice. Yay! That sucks. I'm sorry. Boo on that. I had to have an MRI once while playing a ping pong game for a psychiatry study I was invited to take part in. My arms went so dead in the machine from the position I was in. Oh yeah, they didn't have like the little arm like they when I had mine they had like these chunks of foam that they propped my arms and legs up on in very particular positions, not having anything to do with the scan, and it made it so I never felt uncomfortable. It was crazy. They didn't have like little things for you to put your arms on and shit. That's cruel. Cruel. My arms went so dead in the machine from the position I was in. I also had to click buttons while remembering traumatic memories and select how I felt about said memories. I was progressively clicking more angsty rejections because of how bored I was and how much pain I was in. I've never spiritually identified with anything more. Yeah. I turned into a bitch. That's literally Lizzie. Hold on. I was progressively clicking more angsty reactions just because of how bored I was and how much pain I was in. Katie on an airplane. Your flight attendant might have sucked my dick, but you getting a 0 out of 5 because my legs don't fit. Oh. The fury in my soul. The fucking fury in my soul. No. The MRI tech said I was the best patient he'd ever had. The fuck? That's really nice, dude. We would never say that to someone who wasn't a good patient. I don't want to inflate the fucking probably already huge ego of an asshole. Uh-uh. I ain't here to do that. That's fucked up. Nah, dude. If they said it, I'd put money down that they were being honest. You probably were a beautiful break in the day because you have. It's crazy, like the most simple procedures and stuff. Not saying yours was simple, but there's a lot of simple procedures out there that, me doing it all the time, I don't really think about. But for some people, it's quite possibly their worst fear. I mean, I've told you that when I worked at the PFT clinic, I spent a lot of time, just walking people through the process as they cried and bawled their eyes out because they were terrified of it. Grown ass adults, like people older than my mom. And I was like, "Oh shit, this is weird. I don't know what to do, but I guess I'm a counselor today." It's a lot. It's a lot going in there for stuff. Seriously. And like that's a compliment. I'd take that. You'd need better internet. Wait. For what? For which part? I have great internet when so and so's not fucking downloading games. My internet's amazing. I had to have an MRI once while playing a ping pong game for a psychiatry study I was invited to take part in. My arms, oh yeah, sorry, it doubled. My chat doubled. Why? Hate it. Love it. It's both terrifying and amazing how little we know about the brain. You gotta wonder if it's our, like, I don't know. Who knows? This is like conspiracy theory territory. But your brain is the only organ that named itself and is quite literally currently talking about itself in third person via this flesh sack. It's just like running around like baby Yoda, like no, 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 no kind of shit. And I wonder if the brain has a way to protect itself so that the flesh sack doesn't know the secrets. Wooey shit. I don't know. Brains are weird. They fucking baffle me. Brainception. Like, what if we have figured out secrets about the brain, but our brain's like, ah, ah, ah. Newman style. What's his name? The actor? I blanked. You know what I'm talking about. Jigsy. I actually don't go to the gym because I don't like people, but I run every day. Thank you for saying that. Luckily, the entire morning of the study was like a 3-hour-long therapy and diagnostic session with psychiatrist and doctor conducting the research in the hospital. That's really nice. She even noted after I came out of the scan that my click responses were more and more apathetic as the test went on. Did you tell her why? They are claustrophobic, dude. I get that, Quill. I need the open type of machine or whatever. It's been years. I think because mine was like in my shoulder, I had to do the full body one because it was in such a weird position. It's when I ran into a fucking tree like an idiot. According to your brain, it is the most important organ. Yeah, it's true. I mean, my brain can be whatever it wants to be, literally, which is terrifying. Drakus, I haven't taken a hit in like an hour. Isn't that crazy? I'm not even high. These are like Katie's sober thoughts. Sober me is what drives me crazy. Is it different centers talking to one another, or is it a Dalek? Like, playing Simon. Red, yellow, red, yellow, red, yellow, blue, red, yellow, blue, red, yellow, yellow, blah, 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 blah. Ah! And then we have a panic attack because that's really difficult. Simon gets crazy. Or is it more like bop it? Like twist it, pull it, fuck it. Irresistible anger, boner time. I don't know. Brains are stupid. I have a hard time believing it communicates very well, considering all the random boner stories I've heard in this channel. Like, you know what I'm saying? That is one thing I am so not envious about dicks. Like, the stories I've heard from friends and otherwise telling me about all the random boners they had to conceal. Like, they'd literally be in class and just their dicks like, rise and shine, motherfucker. Math is fun. Can't even fathom. Can't even fathom. Oh my god, sales. I've been thinking about you. Is that weird, baby? I'm grinding up weed, but then we can cheers. Irresistible anger boner times my favorite emotion. Fuck me up. Sales, no shit. It's incredible what my brain chooses to remember and what it doesn't. But I swear to you, the moment I ended stream yesterday, I got Bill all comfy, and I sat there and I was like, I don't think I saw sales after the great unmodening. And this morning I woke up and I was like, I have to look for sales today. It was weird. I might have thought about you 1 or 10 times. But I was like, if my brain doesn't remember this, I'm gonna hate myself. And I just can't live with that level of self-loathing. Boners everywhere. I can't imagine. Zach and I literally last night, I was outside just doing some yard work, and Zach came out to chit chat with me after stream. And I don't remember how we got on the topic, but he said something. I probably said something. He goes, fucking being a woman is the worst thing in the world. And I'm like, I mean, if I had to go do it over again, I'd probably still pick woman though, because I don't know how to run with a dick between my legs. Like that just seems like a lot of work. I don't know what the fuck you do with that shit. And when you come, things come out of you like projectile style. I've never had to be concerned with cleanup for the most part. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, obviously. But like, have you ever gone on Reddit and read a story about like a mom finding her daughter's cum sock or her daughter's cum corner or the box with her daughter's panties she keeps coming in? No, because we don't fucking ejaculate. Like, what do you do with that? I don't know. It gets weird for some people. I don't know what to do with that. What do you do there? I don't know. I don't want any part of it. I don't need to show my nipples that bad. It is, Quill. Seriously, like, I'm grateful for my brain, but at the same time, my brain is the reason I lost my fucking mind. So, I don't know. We have a love-hate relationship. My name, dude, sales. That's what I have the exact same. I have almost the exact same username color as you, and I kind of get it, and I kind of do it on purpose. Do you do it on purpose? Gotta empty my bowl. It's so dirty. I'm peeling skin off my shoulder. Oh, ouchies. It makes me wonder if I have a sunburn story from your. Oh, if I have a sunburn story? Many. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. From both. Honestly, even though Maryland gets way more sun and way nicer weather, Seattle is the worst. because they get like 3 days of sunshine a year, and when it happens, everybody goes outside half naked and just stays outside until it's midnight. And when you have no base, no accustomed, you have no like the sun does not come out tomorrow or tomorrow or tomorrow or tomorrow or tomorrow. Annie lied. Seattle doesn't get sun. Uh, it's like the rates of skin cancer in Seattle are astra fucking nomical because everybody just goes and burns the fuck out of themselves and is like, it's fine. It turns into a tan. But my dermatologist told me that getting one sunburn in your life like literally what's the word I'm looking for? It increases your chance of getting skin cancer by 500%. One skin burn, one sunburn, and it just goes up exponential from there. It's pretty crazy. Wear sunscreen, folks. Wear sunscreen. Dude, right, Quill? I have no concept. Like, boobs were a little weird to get used to, but it's not like my boobs. It's not like, on a day-to-day basis, everybody knows me as not boobs, and then, like, when boobs happen, it's like, everybody's like, "Ooh, Katie's horny," and then the boobs suck away when I'm not horny, like, it's so different. I don't know, what do you do with that? I don't know. I learned about it later in life. That was obviously not something my brothers wanted to share with their sisters. Was the random boners. The ping pong game was funny. I had to play a throw and catch game with 2 other students I was introduced to who were watching the MRI happen. Oh, in the machine on a mirror screen thing, they were throwing it to each other more than they were throwing it at me, but I kind of figured out that either they were told to do that so I didn't feel too childhood left out by it. Lo and behold, on exit, they said it was computer generated. Can't reject me, babes. Bitch. Brain shows me crying in a corner. That's great. Oh god. I'm just so excited to catch you streaming. Donna, how are you? I'm home early from the movie shoot because people were sick. Oh, boo. I hope you don't get sick. Wash your hands. We just went through blocking future scenes. I gave them many ideas that they're gonna add. Ooh, hell yeah. Seriously though. After not shooting, wash your hands. Don't get sick. Be safe. Yuckies. Humans are so gross. Zeke told Chad that you're pissed at him. I'm not pissed at him. I'm pissed at our internet. And I'm not like actively pissed. I'm just trying to think of a workaround. How do you not play with them all day? I couldn't help myself. I mean, we kind of do. It's kind of the way that people with balls, like, just absentmindedly, like, have your hand on your balls. Don't tell me you don't. Everybody does it. You just, like, your hand drifts there. You wake up with it on your balls. I don't know. Your hand is always on your balls. Like, I wake up with my hand on in my shirt on my tit, like this. I think it's because boobs are warm. I don't know. I think it's an absent-minded thing, but not like an active in the mirror thing. You know? It's more like a security blanket or like a stress ball. Yeah. I think we just absent-mindedly fiddle with our boobs all the time in the same way that people without boobs and tend to have the penises and the balls kind of just like cup their balls all the time. I'm itching it. I just keep my hand there so I can itch it again. Okay. Sure you do, bud. Rip my skin. Ugh. Oh, Quill. Dude, same. I mean, I'm a huge, I feel like I like preach sunscreen constantly all the time. And I try to be very upfront. I did not wear sunscreen until I was in my 20s because I don't sunburn. I did not think I needed it. And that's what you get for thinking. Idiot. Now I wear sunscreen, but I didn't wear it for a huge portion of my life. I just didn't think I needed it. I didn't sunburn. I just tan. I didn't know. Genova, my love, how are you doing? Ooh, weeds and foods. Yum. Let's cheers. I just loaded a bowl. Cheers, love. Dude, I do, Lizzie, every time. Or I think about something super fucked up and I'm like, did it light up something weird to see if they'll say anything? Let's talk about moobs. I remember the day mine came in. I drove over railroad tracks and felt a little jiggle jiggle and I was like, what the fuck? CJ! I can see it. What the fuck? Sorry, that's fucking great. Bless you. Oh, oh, it's beautiful. Thank you for that. The mental. I'm gonna be real though. My insta thought reading that after like losing my mind because the mental image is fucking hilarious. I'd rather like suckle a moob than try to sleep on rock hard abs. I don't know, just me. Seems uncomfortable, but that's coming from a super bony person. So like hot kettle. Maybe I'm just looking for somewhere soft to put my ribs. Cheers. Underboob is an amazing hand warmer. Also between the thighs. I'm notorious for I just stick my hands, I cross my legs and stick my hands between my thighs all the time. Thighs, they are hot. That's a great hand warmer. Whew. Suddenly feeling. They didn't. Oh, I hope they're okay. Idea I gave them is to just have me appear floating while chasing my friend. I'm possessed, trying to kill my friends in an abandoned haunted building. I'm a witchy. I mean, there's so much shit like that they could film before they get other people. Yeah, you don't need everyone there at once. When I was younger, while at home, I'd absentmindedly twirl my pubic hair. I think it's the same shit. No, it's the same. It's the exact same concept as like sitting with your hand on your boob or on your balls. It's just a comfort thing. Yeah, it's the same shit. Boob sweat, though. Boob sweat's pretty bad. No, that's the worst. No, boob sweat's bad. Yeah, boob sweat can die. To put it lightly. Agreed. I shouldn't even talk. I don't near have the boob nor probably the boob sweat of some of y'all endowed beautiful ladies. But I still get boob sweat and it sucks. Sucks. When you try to take your sports bra off after literally any activity that requires sweating and the whole band is just so wet, it's like peeling denim off that you swam in. You're like, I probably hurt my back getting my sports bra off while it was drenched in sweat. I'm going to be honest with you. Now that I think about it, it's possible. I think it's because your heart's there. Like, this is a huge heat center. That's all I can come up with. Because my chest, I mean, I sweat. Like, I'm a sweat beast when I run. It's disgusting. If I take my bra off, I immediately get way cooler. Yes, I think dude, I've talked about this for years. Most of, like, all of school was torture for me because I don't know if this is all over in the US, but at least where I grew up, small town, very, like, conservative Christian small town. They got, like, a church and a bar and schools. And we were not allowed to wear, if you were female, you could not wear any shirt that went below your collarbone or didn't go past your middle of your arm because you were distracting. They'd literally say that, like, you are responsible for distracting this whole classroom. And I've always had this thing where from here to here, if it's warm outside and I have a t-shirt on that's covering this part of my body, I'm intensely hot. Like, I'm unbearably warm for some fuck reason. I don't know. The moment I can put a tank top on, I'm like, my collarbone's breathing now. I don't know what it is. I think it's because our heart's there. It's just got to be like a mecca of heat. That's all I can come up with because I'm the same. It gets so hot. And if I'm cold, I got to cover this up. Like, this is the part of me that needs to go. You lose a lot of heat in the neck. Boob sweat can die. Boob sweat, same shit. I mean, your heart's there, right? And you put like, I mean, at the end of the day, all boobs are sacks of fat with some modified sweat glands in them that make your sweat white instead of clear. And we call it milk. Like, come here, baby. Would you like a modified sweat gland? Look, it's mysteriously white and opaque. Yummy. Pretty fucking weird, huh? That's all it is. And genetics, you know, like, I wish I had boobs. Oh, Donna. I mean, I have one of those stupid newfangled flippy phones, so I don't have to do it, but this one, like, if you go to take a selfie and it's like, to get a clear picture, make sure the lens of your camera. Oh, god damn it, shut up. Okay, yeah. Every time. Every time. Yeah. Quill, I do the same, like, literally bikinis and shit because they don't have all the extra material that just extra heats you up. Boob milk, it's modified sweat. Mhm. All nipples are, like, the mammary glands and shit, it's modified sweat glands, like the same bundle that's in your armpit. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it's oxytocin? Is that the hormone that instigates milk production, i.e., these sweat glands to activate and start making strangely milky sweat that has some stuff in it? It's been a while. Pretty sure that's what it is, though. That's like a powder turn lotion. Ooh. Ooh, a powder turn lotion. Oh, for the chub rub? Yeah, I always just use deodorant. I'm too cheap. They have other stuff, but deodorant's the shit. That rule was made by a distracted adult. Yeah, boobs. Yeah, that's all mammary glands are, is modified sweat glands. Yeah, that are like activated by a very particular hormone that's released when you're pregnant, which is why most pregnant ladies don't fucking like actually like lactate until they hear the cry of their baby, and then their nipples are like, "Hoo!" It's crazy. Or if they hear babies cry, they just like leak. Bodies are hot magic. Prove me wrong. Random boners fuck themselves. Women squirt milk at babies crying without trying to. Like, it just imagine if we were like, primitive times and we weren't wearing anything and you were just titties out. That shit would be like over at the crying baby. Like, it would direct you in the path of hot fucking magic. I have to use my Hub's nut lotion for under the boobs. That shit works. I mean, it's probably because it doesn't, what is it? There's some ingredient in lotion that causes like that horrible chafing if you try to jerk off with it. It's terrible. Oh, I can't remember what it is, but it's probably lacking that, and that probably causes, like, a chafing as well. But it's the same concept. Oh, I wonder. I wonder. Seriously, just remember that the country was founded by Puritans and everything makes way more sense. What is the saying, Banana? It's like, Puritan in the streets, fucking whatever in the goddamn, there's some stupid Puritanistic value shit like that. Yeah. Mhm. It doesn't make sense, but it's like, yeah, it does, but doesn't. Yeah, I don't know how else to say that. I know what you mean. Nipples also have like 8 ducts. I found that out in a gross way. I know, Pawn. Bodies are weird, right? Weird. Like, I mean, not weird, interesting, I should say. One of the most interesting things is like, in a lot of porn, there's like a cum fetish. Like, people love to watch like cum shots and like gargly cum and like bukkake shit. But like, 95 to 98% of the load you like shoot out of your dick comes from your prostate in your ass. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you're like, yeah, take that ass milk. Like it's ass milk. Like you can milk it by fingering your asshole. It's interesting with how many people like to tell me that touching their own ass is gay. But like, cum shots, ooh, I don't know. Anatomy though. What's crazy, I used to be a one bra a week kind of person, like in my teens and got at least early 20s, I wanna say, not just because I was terrible at laundry, because ADHD, but also just poor. I mean, dude, who had more than one bra? Rich people. And then it was for a few days. Now I'm basically a one bra a day kind of person, and I feel like I'm wasting bras. I don't wear any wiring anymore. Basically, a sports bralette. Me too. I don't know if that makes it feel dirtier or if I just respect myself more. Let's go with self-respect. I'm gonna go with you have more self-respect now. Can we go with that one? Can we just pick? Some microplastics, possibly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Or some like petroleum jelly or some shit like that. Puritan in the street, maniac in the sheet, something like that. It might be abrasive. Yeah, it might even have like an exfoliant in it. Like there's a lot of lotions that have chemical exfoliants in them. And if you put those in a dark, hot place between two pieces of skin, like a boob fold, it probably causes kind of like a weird acid peel. You know what I mean? Like hyaluronic acid, and there's all sorts of like salicylic acid and what is it? BHAs and AHAs. Those are all chemical peels. That's a chemical exfoliant. And if that's in a lotion you're putting in a dark place that folds, you're gonna get a burn. I would assume. I would just assume that. And that's just using like very little of my chemistry background. I'm not trying to assume anyone else would know that or anything. Like you're not stupid. I would just say like you're smart for changing lotions, but that might be the reason. Maybe. The monkey butt is the shit. We used to monkey butt. What's monkey butt? The quackening. Shut your fucking face. Have you never seen a nipple spray? It's crazy. It sprays like a broken sprinkler. Like if you like squeeze, it's like because they're not symmetrical at all. It's like pores, basically. The ducts that the milk comes out of is basically pores. So like look at the symmetry of pores on your face. That's about what your nip's gonna do. And it's like it's crazy. Wild. I've been there for some lactation training sessions for moms, and it is crazy to watch that shit go. It's not in your ass. It's a next door neighbor, but I would argue to say it's closer to your butthole than your penis end. You think? I think depending, maybe not Trump's. Amen to that. Toxic masculinity hurts everyone. I agree 100%. I think we need to take a break. I think I just drugged my dogs so much that they haven't reminded me in a while, but I think it's been a bit. I just feel like I've been sitting for a long time. Press, I agree. I mean, the fact that there's I wouldn't say I don't know what the ratio is, but there's a lot of penis owners out there that won't clean their body parts because it's gay to touch your own asshole, but not to touch your own dick until it squirts happy suit juice. Make it make sense. Same though. Same. No shit. My second child, I overproduced. Bra soak for days. Oh my god, I've never heard of that before. That would be so annoying. I would take it off and boobs would shoot milk out like a hose. That's Dude, you had to like shoot somebody with it, right? I'd be like, honey! I wouldn't be able to not do that. I would have to. Please tell me you did. At least once. Yeah, okay, good. Good. Okay. Thank you. Faith restored. When one becomes a fembot, one must be a fembot. I mean, Stajan, right? And how the fuck is touching any part of your own body? How is touching any part of your own body denote a sexuality on any like what? What the fuck? What? Where's that? Where's that? That's your body, man. There ain't your hands. What? I don't even know how to word my question. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you say an action is gay? Like, hygienically cleaning your asshole, which is probably sweaty and poopy and disgusting. Oh, it's a powder. Oh, monkey, but it's a powder that's great to help. Oh, it's a powder. Okay. That'll be easy to remember. I love the word. My dog's really cool, and after my last prostate check, I asked him how he learned what a healthy prostate would feel like and even how to find the prostate. It made for some pretty interesting conversation. Dude, your doctor probably loves you. I loved when my patients wanted to know more and they weren't just treating me like a grocery clerk checking out. Oh, when people are like an advocate for their own health and they ask questions, oh my God, I was just like, thank you. Can we embrace? It's so encouraging. That's fucking awesome. Penises aren't gay, only buttholes. Dem de rules. Dude, I would not be shocked if that's on a t-shirt somewhere. Honestly. If you shake it, oh my God, my Nana used to say that all the time. No shit. If you shake it more than twice, you're playing with it. Like, what the fuck? It took me years to figure out what we were shaking. I have brothers. I just didn't, I was like, what am I don't know what the fuck I'm shaking in here. What's going on? Where's the devil? Bloody Mary, help. I don't know. It was, yeah. What the fuck? Clean your penis. Because you're touching the same gender, but it's your butthole. Gender's not real. I hate this world. I'm having a really hard time lately, if you couldn't tell. Fuck. I love me too, stage and we. I mean, I think I can speak for most medical professionals. We live for that shit because I mean, regardless of if you remember every fucking minute detail of all the nonsense we spit out, it just means you want to know and you're an advocate for your own health. It's the first sign, like, oh my God, they care. Because we are treated so often as, I mean, I don't know about other countries, but in this country especially, we're treated very, very often like band-aids. Very critical band-aids, which is so bizarre. It's so rare to have someone just ask questions. And I always offer. I always like I'm chatty, so I always offer. And most of my patients end up asking eventually. Like they're like, I just didn't want to bother you. I'm like, you are never bothering me. It's my job. Like making sure you take care of yourself at home is definitely part of my job. Like it's just that the hospital, because they're so afraid to get sued, I can't suggest education anymore. Which is wild. And I'll let y'all marry. We're just sitting here. I knew it. I knew it. Agent, pretty soon I won't be courted, and it's all because of you, you sweet son of a fuck. I did it, Donna. It was ahead of. I was grabbing stuff. It's whatevsies. Oh. Made this. It's not. It is so not done. It's got pins all over it. So if you hear me go, it's because I stab myself constantly. So I have to show you something before the other one because the other one's hilarious. You're very welcome. I mean, Mickey, what a fucking good song suggestion. Anyone that turns this down, like, friendship canceled. This song always reminds me of, like, I don't know why. I think my mom must have had some sort of, like, mix or something, but it was this song and Knights in White Satin were on it, and I remember them. Maybe it was, like, a movie soundtrack. I don't remember, but I always wanna listen to them together. Right? Fuck yes, Lizzie. It's easy and you don't have to hover over it. I also like, that to me makes it that's, like, part of the easy definition for me. If I have to, like, stand over something, ugh. Dude, right? Leftovers, make leftovers. You'll thank yourself. You will. Mm, I have to find something really quick because I have to show you something because I'm basically making a mock of it because it was so dumb expensive, and I don't think it's worth. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's worth it. Who knows? It took a lot of days, I guess. Rice is the I eat a lot of rice. I mean, I really like my stepdad hates rice. He calls it fried lice, which is super fun. So I did not grow up eating rice at all, like ever. And then my first roommate in college was Filipino, and we ate a shit ton of rice. And I was like, oh my God. She introduced me to sushi. She introduced me to everything. Pho, everything. It was amazing. My life was opened. I was like, oh my God, you don't have to eat potatoes all the time. Like, potatoes are dope, but like rice. Okay. Yep, sage a little bit of soy sauce, maybe some, like, chili oil if you're feeling spicy. Yum. Dude, glut right? And, like, most of the world that eats rice as a main staple is, like, super healthy and lives a long life. There's gotta be something to it, right? Me too. Lizzie, do you ever get sambal, I think it's called? It's like they have it at every, like, pho restaurant I've ever been to in the States, but it's like a chili paste. It's kinda sweet, but it's also kinda spicy. Sambal is so good. Yum. Ooh, tangent. Treat doctors, nurses. Ooh, yes, okay. So, a coworker who is young, like 45, had a massive heart attack last week, like emergency stent placement. Holy shit, I'm glad they survived. He's recovering at home and it looks like he'll be fine, thank fuck. But the nonprofit I work in is small and he has some fairly young people working there. And there was so much collective death anxiety in the office on Monday when we found out. I realized two things. One, I'm not like other people. Go figure. I would have said it if you didn't. um, Having been diagnosed with a chronic illness that will likely cause my death when I was 16, T1 diabetes, it won't kill me directly, but will likely cause something to fail. And by the way, Banana's much, well, I wouldn't say much older than 16. I don't process that shit the same as others. I hear he's home and recovering, and I'm like, cool, let's make sure he takes care of himself until he can come back. That's what I would have said too. But he could have died. Interesting. Huh, that's really interesting. I would have had the exact same reaction as you. Huh. What is golden rice? I think people fundamentally underestimate how fragile the human body is because they don't really need to think about it, and I think it super holds them back. Yes. People yeah, the mentality tends to be in if I can't see it, nothing's wrong. Like the reason people seem to quote not care at the doctor's office because they don't like facing death anxiety and so avoid it at all costs. So the doctors and nurses come to the arbiters of death, become the arbiters of death anxiety. So they treat them shitty. It's messed up. I agree. I think there's something to be said on the other side of it too. Like there is a population of healthcare workers that their bedside manners lacking, to put it lightly. You know? Like there's definitely a lot of docs out there that are doing nothing to help that. You know? But I agree with you. Yeah, that is interesting. I would have had the same reaction as you. I'm kind of curious why my reaction would have been similar. Probably because I've seen it a lot, I would assume. Like survival. I hope they have a speedy recovery as well. I'm so glad that they got the stint right away and they're home and doing good. Yeah, work should be a home away from home, not a dungeon. I agree. And also, like, I hope they're not saying that to him. Because, like, imagine being reminded 20 million times, you could have died, instead of, like, so glad you're still with us, bud. Missed you for a few days. Like, just that's such a, like, if I ever get hurt or go through something like that, please don't do that. You could have died shit to me, please. I could have died a million times in my life. I'm aware. You know? Quill, I totally get it. I mean, I think a lot of people do that regardless of what their weight actually is. They have definitely alienated a huge population of a lot of people by using weight stigma or using weight as a quick excuse to be like, that's all. That's you're just overweight. That's your be all. That's your be all end all. And it's like, I know for a fact there's a newer generation of docs coming out that do not have that stigma and are not being raised in that environment as doctors, but the older ones definitely have that a little bit. It's terrible. I drove to work Wednesday. I could have died. I'm about to take a shower. I could have died. Dude, seriously. I could have rotaried into my femoral artery and bled out right here by my computer, and Zach wouldn't have found me for 2 hours. We could have died. Right? Like, we could do that about everything. It's like, man, I feel bad for those people. I feel bad for him. But I think it also causes people to not value the time they have. Yes! So they spend time overworking. They're constantly gambling against the future they're sure they'll have. I have a whole set of different values based on thinking about this a ton. I just didn't realize that before, I guess. No, 100%. I think it's a huge, like, societal how would you put that? It's like a societal thing, 100%. It's like I had to kind of rewrite my brain to not live for retirement. Like, I don't know if that's because I have older parents. My mom didn't have me till she was about 34 or what, but I was just of the mindset that it's like survive till retirement and that's where life starts. Like, I had that mindset going to college. I trusted a fart. I did. Aw, stage. We can stop talking. We don't have to talk about death and stuff, honey bean. I love you, boo. I get it. And that's another thing. I completely understand that I am also quite blasé about the topic of death and stuff like that. Um, Having been like, saturated in it, and I'm completely okay with being told, "Hey, Katie, that's too real for me." I can take it, and I respect it. The work we do is primarily with older folks. I wonder if that's part of it. Hmm. I hope they get better. I love you, Stajan. Seriously. You know this, but for everybody else, seriously. We're a cool community that can always have something to talk about, and we can talk about things without talking about them. You know what I mean? I love you, boo. Okay, so I have to show you something because I'm kind of proud. I mean, it's not perfect and it's not done, but I'm kind of proud. So I've been looking for some sort of like portable. I mean, I've found that the only search to do to find what I'm looking for is a portable writing desk, but I'm looking for like a portable little, just a little toolboxy briefcase desky type thing where I can like move my sewing around the house. So like at nighttime when I'm doing my sewing at my desk, I just want to be able to close it and move it without like having to fold it up and stuff because sometimes that fucks up the stitches or I lose my place. I just want somewhere I can like fold it up and move it so I stream and then I can bring it back out when I'm done streaming and do my little thing. And in my search for something like this, I found this cool item on Etsy. And I was like, oh, that is such a fucking cool idea. Like, not what I was looking for, but would also be super, like, useful, especially when doing art and stuff like that. I thought that was a really cool thing. But I don't know if you noticed the goddamn price on that shit. Holy fucking dicks. And again, yeah, that's the cheapest version. Like, there's a couple versions on there. It's crazy. They get even worse. I mean, they go $534, right? And it's a cool thing. I love the idea. Like, I'm very much a portable, crafty type person. Like, the idea of this is very cool. But if you look at it at its base, it's a very cheaply made particle board, like little set of drawers, probably bought on Amazon for $5. And then it's got like this little felt canvas thing over it, right? And it's real small. But like at its core, that's all it is, right? Yeah, if you look at what's in it, it's real small. Like yeah, it's itty bitty for fucking what? And again, I'm not saying artists don't deserve. I'm sure this took a lot of time to make for one person because I made one. Just because I needed to know it wasn't worth that. And this is no shade on that artist. They have a lot of very beautiful pieces, gorgeous. But I have a lot of like crafting stuff. I used to quilt a lot, so I've got a shit ton of crafting, like scrap material, ripped up material of awkward sizes, which is why I'm making my little crafting thing, which I'll show you in a minute. But when I looked at that, I was like, I just broke it apart in my head and I was like, that would be so easy. And I think I have everything. I could like literally make something like that. So I have bought nothing. I am a nutter. I know. I've bought nothing. I just used scrap fabric and it's not done, but I'm kind of excited about how it's turning out. Like literally, this is just like a set of wood drawers that I sanded down and I'm going to refinish. And then this is just scrap material that I made little pockets on and it drapes over the top. And that's all it is. And then it's like attached on the bottom by a bungee so you can take it off and on if you need to clean your little thing. And then that's it. That's all there is with a handle. And I think mine looks cooler because I did it with batik. It's not perfect. Like theirs obviously looks super professional and stuff, but I think mine is cooler and it's just like $400. Are you kidding me? Same size. I don't know, man. I just like it, like, for the kind of resin projects I do, I use these literally, when you buy the fine ass, like, glitter pigments, they come in tiny pots that are you could fit 6 in these little drawers. And so, while I'm standing at that table over there, being able to have a little portable thing like this, to have a handle and just, like, carefully grab each one out, put it back, and not set this on the desk or anything. Honestly, the idea of it for me, I move around while I'm arting all the time. I'm never sitting really. It was a cool idea. I really liked it. But $400, like, go fuck yourself. So I made it myself, and I'm kind of excited. This is my handle idea. Hold on. Mostly all of this is coming out of I'm trying to use up scrap material. I have so much, like, weirdly cut pieces that I made quilts and shit out of. So, I made these out of scrap material. I don't know what I was doing. I just, like, decided to braid one day. ADHD's beautiful curse. That's okay, you can fall. So I did these, and it's just braided material together, and then I put a chain in it to, like, reinforce it a little bit. I thought that'd make a dank handle. Again, because there's metal chain in it, so it's reinforced and it won't fall apart. So somehow I'm going to fasten that on the top, and then it'll have a little fucking handle and a cute little dangly on the side. And like, look at that. Saved $400. Used some garbage. Amazing. Amazing. She's so crafty. These would be good. I mean, maybe without the chain though. I'd be afraid your cat would break the chain and eat it. But without the chain, these would be great kitty toys. I do. I haven't finished the drawers. I think that would come last, right, Stajan? If you were to put some sort of stopper, like after I finish them, right? I know what you're talking about. It'd be something there that would catch that bottom lip when it came out like that. But I think I want to paint them first, right? I don't know. I'm a figure it out and fail as I go kind of person. But I was pretty proud of these pockets. I hadn't blanket stitched in a while. I stab my hand a lot, and they're really thick and like hardy, so I can literally stick like scissors in there and they don't bust through, which is really nice. Which theirs probably doesn't do. You want to finish first? Thank you. That's what I thought. I just got done sanding it and shit. I just have it out so I could measure this for the right length to go around, and I gotta get some sort of elastic to put on the bottom. But man, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this, but I just had to prove to myself it wasn't $400. And it's not. It's not. It's not. I got this for like $3 on like it was some piece of shit like on the sales rack at Michael's, and this was all scrap. Spoiled. I told you I had a good list. I told you, Mickey. I knew I had one. I just had to find it. Oh shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute it. I just had to find it. I knew I had a list. We were listening to this the other day, and people were like, "This is sick." I try to switch up my list now and then because I don't want us getting sick of the same music playing over and over. Magnets would be a good idea. Yeah, glue flat magnets. Ooh. Oh, shut up. Hold on. Think this would work? It's like double-sided magnet tape, but it's super thin. Yeah, good idea. I'm gonna make an. I want to put a post-it on it to remind myself because I still have to finish it. That's fucking smart. Was it yesterday? I couldn't remember which day it was. Aw, Donna, you flatter me. Seriously. Seriously, I'm very excited. It's honestly it's just out of a need to move. And I have like that illness where if I'm not quote unquote being productive, I feel not worthy to eat dinner, I guess, or something. I don't know. Like I can't sit if I'm not productive. So in my busybodiness, I tend to just make shit. I'd love to be able to sit still. What a blessing. uh Drawer stoppers. Yeah. Right? Yeah. It's a good fucking idea. I would have had to Google that. I would have not. I honestly, I knew there was some sort of like peg sometimes people put in there, but that's really smart. The magnet idea I like better because it'll be kind of auto, especially like seriously. The glitter I use is so fine. It would like I think if you inhaled it, you'd have a problem. I'm trying to look for one of the little pots. This is the lid to one of them. just to give you like this is how tiny they are. And the glitter's so fine that honestly, a magnet drawer that will just suck closed instead of accidentally. Can you imagine if this spilled on my carpet? That's where I'm getting. If the drawer didn't shut when I tried to shut it, the magnet idea is more genius than you realize. Like, I'm very thankful because it'll just snap shut and I don't have to worry about it's not glitter. That's actually foil that's stuck to it. I don't know why. Mysteries. Mysteries. There's semen on everything. Mysteries. Probably just stuck. That foil shit is I think that's worse than glitter in my opinion. Yeah. Everybody bitches about glitter. Foil, like art foil, it's lighter than air. So it flies, for one thing. And glitter, like, there's no glitter that I've ever experienced lighter than air. It falls, it sinks, it goes to the ground at least. That shit, uh, it's so paper thin, it'll stick to your eyeball if you get your eyes near it. Like, I don't use it unless I have glasses on. Scary shit. To each their own. So, anyways, that was my one. This is my, like, fuck you, I'm not spending $400 on a caddy bullshit. I'm that person. I can make that. But then I do, so, like, fuck. And then my other thing, so because I do lots of resin projects and shit, and I'm constantly like, the moment you take your gloves off is the moment you see a bubble, and you cannot take the time to put gloves on because you're me. So you reach over and you just pop it with your finger, and then your finger's nasty. And then I do this before I realize it's on my nice leggings. So that's the main purpose because I'm a child and I need like a crotch bib. But then I was like, I found this basic ass pattern. Like, if you ignore that stuff, basic like servers, uh, you know, apron thing. And it's riddled with needles, with pins still, because it's not finished. And I'm really trying not to stab myself. But I used all scrap. It's just scrap fabric I had laying around because money sucks. But I had the idea to like, make it a functional, but like an alchemy, you know, like kind of look almost like a witch's alchemy thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I started doing this. So these are pockets, actually, pinned on because I haven't decided what kind of Jenga way I wanna lay them yet. I haven't decided what's flattering. But these are all gonna be pockets. So this is like brush for paintbrushes or pens or something like that, vertical pocket, shallow pocket for beads, deeper pocket for whatever the fuck, and then I have pockets that I made for this side. I haven't decided how they're gonna go yet. But I've got pockets like that, and then And then, I made these guys that I was saying I was gonna use it as a handle on one of those. I thought this because it's got chain reinforcement, I thought it'd be a really cool loop to put on one side, maybe on, like, the waistband, to have, like, tape, like a roll of tape, something you would never need to take off. I mean, it would be take offable, obviously, to get, like, the cardboard tube off, but something you would never have to remove, you're literally just, like, taking strips off of it, and then it hangs off your hip. You think that's a good idea, or you think that's like, I just sit and I'm like, "What do I want on my craft belt? Not a tool belt. What do I want on my craft belt? Something to hold tape." Just like I'm trying to think of ways to get shit off my counter because like you guys know anybody that's how do you say it into arting, whether it's woodworking or welding or casting or whatever, the more counter space better. And when you're using like I'm just always setting stuff down, and then I'm like, I just set it in my way. I set it in my fucking way. But if it was just attached to my hip, right? Pretty good idea. The one thing that I think I really want to do is I want to make owie needles. I want to make some sort of scissors holster, but I think it's gonna have to be leather or something. Because I have like, the big old big fucking scissors for sewing. I don't know where they are. The big boys. I really don't know where I set them. I've been moving around a lot. But like what are they? God, there's a brand that, it's gone. Anyways, sewing scissors, big fucking heavy ass metal scissors that will go through anything. And they're so heavy, they would bust through this material in a matter of minutes. So I think I got to do some kind of like, I don't know. It'd have to be reinforced somehow. Or it'd have to be like, ooh, what if I did something like a gun holster where the points just pointed out? Like there's no base. Not Fiskars. It's like a German brand. Who the fuck are they? It should be right here, and I'm thinking Zach might have grabbed them. Although he knows those scissors are off limits. I don't know where they are. They're just Gingers. Ginger. Gingher. I'm probably saying it totally wrong. Ginger. That's what they are, wherever they are. I don't know. They're somewhere. I'll find them. But yeah, they're just really big and heavy, and they're meant to kind of like, you don't have to put much force into cutting the material. They kind of like fall on themselves. You know? They're just big old fuckers. But I was thinking, like some sort of like, still like a leather loop, but something you would drop the scissors through, but then they could stab your leg. I think they're literally called like dressmaking scissors, right? They're tailor scissors, yeah. I wish. I really don't know where I set them. I'm worried. Where are my scissors? I don't know. They're probably behind me somewhere. I don't know. I'm cutting shit all the time. I don't sit still. Is there gonna be mac and cheese in your craft belt? Shut up. Should I put a noodle on it? When people, why'd you sew one macaroni noodle to it? It's a craft belt. Duh. Um. Yeah. So that's about it. That's my project, and these have been my quandaries lately. Thank you for approving of my weird little pockets. I really didn't think if they were just extra, I think they'd be helpful. For all the stuff I do, there's always little tiny bits and bobs, screws, nails, washers, a little pocket like this where you're not digging through it. I actually might split this pocket in half just to make it even more organize worthy, put a seam up the middle of it. I don't know. I mean, I'm in the literally middle of the US, so it kind of makes sense for me to make a US joke, right? It'd be weird if I like did something that was specifically a Danish joke and I live in fucking Colorado and am not Danish. Like is that insulting? That might be fucking insulting. I don't even know. Ow. Tomorrow, I won't be stuck. We do, and we do. Well, LZT does leather stuff, honestly, and like, I wouldn't want I don't need him to make me something, but if he could guide me in how to make a little leather loop, because this is all reinforced. Like everything I've done is double walled and reinforced. I built it to hold pretty darn heavy shit. It's not done. This is gonna have like a batting strip through it, so the waistband is thicker and more, like hardy. It's just because I'm sewing that in, and it's full of fucking pins right now. But it was the pockets part. I don't know. I get kind of lost in myself when I'm doing a project, and I always worry, like, am I going too extra? But I would use all those pockets. As someone who has grown up without pockets in anything I own, like, give me all those pockets. It's all hand sewn. Yeah. I don't have a sewing machine, so I just stab myself a lot. That's where all those tiny cuts come from, probably. Sometimes I sew my finger into it and I just yank it out. I am Mickey. Dude, if you could see my fingers, I look like someone who has to check their blood sugar regularly. Seriously, it's bad. We just need some pockets for fuck's sake, dude. I don't have one pocket on my pants right now. And these are not workout leggings for fuck's sake. It's insane. Yeah, I hand sew. Is that weird? I just don't have a sewing machine. They're expensive. That's what I did with my quilts too. Is that not common? I thought there was a lot of people that hand sewed. Because you can do fun stitches. Like I did a cool blanket. This isn't done. There's actually a hole right there because I have to do a seam up the middle. But I'm doing like a cool blanket stitch around the edge. I don't know. You can't do that if you fucking machine, right? That's Mickey. It's just like, why can't we have that? Like I shouldn't have to order from there. Come on. That too, dude. A good sewing machine, even like a small one, they take up so much space. Dude, really, they really do. Yeah, I don't know where I would put one. Like, I have a vise and I struggle where the fuck to put that. It's on the ground right now. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know where I'd put one. Whereas hand sewing, I can go anywhere. I don't know. It seems archaic, but I think a lot of people hand sew, right? I was taught how to. When I was a kid, I was too tall, so my mom taught me how to sew my own dresses. It sounds very Little House on the Prairie, but it was not. I was sewing like neon pink polka dot dresses. But I did make my own dresses. Where are those other? Oh yeah, these are the other two pockets. These are the ones I'm struggling with. I don't know. And also the balance of it. Like I was thinking, if you've ever worked as a waitress and you had one of these tiny little half aprons, if all the weight is in the middle, the sides curl out forward, and it just not flattering and also very uncomfortable. So I'm trying to think of a way to organize the pockets so the weight is on the edges, like it's all distributed out, other than what goes in the big pocket. You know? Oh, 100%, Mickey. I mean, I keep meaning to. Honestly, I haven't bought clothes in like over 10 years. I just feel really bad buying clothes for myself when I'm like, I have like animals to feed and stuff, you know? I don't know. I still fit in everything from 10 years ago, so I'm just like rolling with it. I don't know. The colors are definitely a fucking vom party. It's just scraps though. I refuse to buy anything to make this. It's literally so I can like wipe my hands on it. But I did the red pockets trying to match this. Like, this is the material I told you guys about that I sliced my hand while cutting, and it's got brown dots all over it from me bleeding all over it. But I didn't notice because it's red. Like an idiot. But I think it's gonna work out nice. And I have big hips, so like that's a wide print. Oh, there went my pockets. I think it's gonna work out. I don't want to. Obviously, it'll be a lot tighter and higher, but high and tight. But it's got needles all up in it, and I'm not about to do that. I'm not living that torturous. I listened to a true crime recently about a dude who liked to fill his ball sack with needles, and I just don't know what to do about that. Thanks for enjoying my cool crafts with me. It is. I like them. That's how I feel staging. Like even if they don't like, obviously there's no matching going on. They're pretty. Like individually, the fabrics. And most of the fabric I have, I bought as scraps to begin with. Like if you ever go in a quilting store, I'm sure you've seen like a fabric store where they have all the huge reams of fabric, like those huge fucking panels. Well, if you look like low, sometimes they'll have baskets of scraps where someone bought, a certain amount of yardage and there wasn't enough left to put back on the ream. And they'll cut it up into strips and sell it for stupid cheap. So I have tons, like buckets of beautiful batik material like this, but it's all in like small chunks. So I can see how that, like, to someone who's following a pattern, and the pattern's like get 3 yards of one type of material, they wouldn't know what to do with that. Whereas I'm a piecemeal fucking piece of crap. So I'm like, oh, I can do something. But yeah, that's that purple fabric. It's so pretty and it's hand dyed. Like it's real batik. Which is crazy that I literally got it for like pennies. But I don't know. If you're gonna craft, you might as well not waste money. But this is the biggest chunk you'll ever get. This is a classic scrap. But you could do so much with scraps if you just like experiment and have fun with sewing and be okay with stabbing yourself a million times. Best furniture store. Wait, hide away machine sewing tables. They're probably like $1 billion. That sounds too good to be real. That sounds like way too good to be real, banana. Mickey, it's facts. Facts. Oh my god, banana. I mean, you probably heard me say this before, but I'll buy an antique or like, an old used thing over a new thing any fucking day if it works. I am so sick of this throwaway culture we have, which is why I do this shit. I've made something really useful out of shit someone was going to throw away. I agree. I agree. Hopefully, I mean, I don't think the weather is supposed to stay shit for much longer. I think we're getting a little bit of rain these next couple days, but other than that, I mean, knock on wood, I'm not going to say it. This is just another one I had. I liked this one. I thought it looked like the ocean. Ooh, there's the surprise batik on the inside. Ooh. Ooh. Hand fucking died and I got it for nothing. It's crazy. I don't know. Look for sales. If you like crafting. Especially if you're making an apron to craft in. Like, Jesus Christ. Who would pay money for something you're gonna wipe crap on? No, Donna. Actually, I planned to do something like that anyways. It's stupid easy. I could literally sew a little bag right now on my channel in 5 minutes. Of course. No, that was my plan. I've honestly been thinking about that. Because I just actually got all the closures, like the necklace closures I've been waiting for because they're expensive, and I didn't want to get like gross fake metal or whatever. But I was trying to think about that because I was like, the resin's not delicate once I finish it and polish it and everything. But if I'm gonna sell them, I would like to give them in a nice little baggie. And if you look on Amazon and shit, people sell like little silk baggies and shit with a little tie in them for a lot of money. And it just seems so stupid to dump more money on something like that. I have so like the other day I was talking about jelly rolls, not the food. A jelly roll is when they take that scrap fabric and they cut it like this. They cut it into huge long strips, and then you'll usually get like 3 or 4 strips of the same color, and then they literally roll it like a cinnamon roll upon itself. So you buy what looks like a cinnamon roll of material, but it's just a ton of fabric cut into these perfect strips. Can you fathom? I mean, this is literally garbage. This is someone's garbage. Do you know how many little baggies I could make out of this? And I have so many of these pre-cut. Like it's all pre-cut in these perfect symmetrical strips like this, which is nice. It's like a way of cheating, but it's so easy. And I think it's like if you're anything like me, like part of the reason I like shopping on Etsy when I shop is that a real human being made it, which is always something I'm a huge proponent of. But B, every time I order something on Etsy, and I know this is probably just me, it makes me feel special. Etsy people, they almost always throw in a little free something and they write a little handwritten card and it's in a tiny little silk baggie that you can tell they hand sewed. Like it's not the ones that you see in bulk places, like it's little tiny personal touches that make it for me. This is me personally. Little tiny personal touches like that make it worth it for me to spend a few extra bucks on something that's a human being made and they're shipping to me custom as opposed to like going to, you know, Target and grabbing something on a chain real quick. You know? I love it. It just shows they're in their craft. They love what they do. They like what they do. They think it's as special as I do. And that makes me really happy. Ooh, a bookcase. Oh, it's being delivered tomorrow. He cut us a hell of a deal on delivery. Fuck yes. Dan was the sweetest dude too. Oh, so you've been there. It's been his store forever and he owns it with his son. Oh, fuck yes. Dude, that was like banana. I don't know how this is feasible ever in life, but if you and I are ever in Maryland at the same time, one thing that Maryland's really well known for is antiquing. Like the whole like Western weird little strong arm of Maryland is just antique stores, but they have some of the most legit cool stuff. Like antique English furniture that came across on boats with families. Like stuff that's older than American stuff, which is usually what we're finding. And I have a really cool mirror that I got for $15 and it's like pre-Civil War era and it's fucking hand carved and it's so goddamn beautiful and it's huge. It's body length on me. 15 bucks. Like because they have a surplus of these fucking amazing historical things that like to me I'm like, "Ooh, cool, old." And they're like, "Whatever, we got 10." I'm like, "Okay. Sure." But there's something about putting something to use that's already made as opposed to like, I don't know, that's probably the hippie in me. But like, I buy a lot of like my couch is an antique. Well, a lot of our furniture is antique stuff, that mirror. Like I get a lot of stuff that's strong, well made, but it's old. And every once in a while I'll go out of my way and be like, you know what? I'm gonna get something new and it's shit. It's fucking particle board. And you drill through it and it's like I'm not wood, help! Ah! I hate it. Every time. It happens to me every time. I'm like, fuck, this is why I don't do this fucking shit. Fuck this fucking industry. Ugh. I hate it. I just don't want to. Of the haunted chance, I mean, gloomy. Do you experience a lot of haunted shit? I never have. So I feel like my opinion is very blasé again. Been around a lot of death, never a haunting. There's my blood spot. And it's, of course, it's dead center. God fucking damn it. Fuck you. Fucking rotary, bitch. Any dogs under me? No. My dogs make me nervous. I don't want to roll over their feet. Oh, he's under my desk. My God. Ugh. Dude, and Donna, same. We have so much in common. I literally save all of them. I save all those tiny bags. But I would never, like, for my own business, that feels so cheap to use those. Like, those are mine. I would much rather make my own. And I have so much of this. Seriously. It's a matter of seconds to hand sew one of these into a tiny, cute little bag. Worth it, in my opinion. For someone to, like, value something that I created out of nothing so much that they're willing to throw money at me, I think it's worth it to take 5 minutes out of my day to sew them a tiny baggie for their cute little jewelry. Just me, I know, but maybe whatever. Whatever, doesn't matter, makes me happy, and that's what matters. Hydrate, motherfuckers. I've never been haunted by an antique. Ooh, gloomy. Ooh, weird. Or maybe someone smoked before you lived there and, like, died, and their body, like, melted into the floorboards, into the carpet, like, pad, and every time you walk past that area, a little bit of them is squeezed out of the carpet pad into the air. Little bit of little Tammy. Tammy and Ernest. Sure was a downer, them there melting in their apartment. I just love mid-century modern because I'm a basic bitch, that's okay. And also, used is much, much cheaper for quality. It is. I mean, even if it's the same price, you're getting 20 times the quality. People don't make nice things out of real wood anymore. I mean, when's the last time you got a piece of furniture that wasn't astronomically priced that was real wood? Like, it's just even all this IKEA shit, it's all particle board. It's just that, like, shredded shit on the inside that's a fire hazard waiting to happen. They replace the carpets. That's good because carpet pad is fucking gross. I'm in so much awe of people who can sew and craft. Really? Man, I'm of the firm belief anybody can do it because nobody taught me. I don't know, but that's probably a stupid thing to say. Those little personal touches they make and add makes me feel so special. I agree. I craft and I agree. Little tiny touches, like every time I get some supplies from Etsy. No shit. There are people on Etsy who like make necklace closures or make, chains for people who make jewelry to get stuff. And they even little handwritten note, thank you so much. That is like it just puts the cherry on the top of this is why I paid $2 extra for a real human to make me this instead of Amazon to ship it overnight. Because to me, it's just a real human. I gave my money to a human being. That's important to me. I think that's really dope. I don't know how else to put that. I like that too. I'm very much into those little things. And every time, like, you get something from Amazon, you're just like, where's my note? Amazon. The old lady that was here before was evicted by the cops because she didn't pay rent. Oh, I hope she found somewhere to live. It's like sad, but also I'm glad you got an apartment, but also sad. I know trouble. You know what? I used to literally go to IKEA and dream about them. I would like stroke them and walk by them and be like, someday I will have you. And now they're gone and everything's particle board. And what sucks is both my desks, like these are both just like tables from IKEA. They're particle board. Like the legs are drilled into the bottom, but because it's particle board, they're just like where they drill in is just breaking down. So all the legs are wobbly and all my desks wobble. It's terrible. If I bump this desk, my camera's like, hey, yeah, bye. It's because it's fucking particle board. I bought a DVD of a film and got a handwritten postcard with a personalized thank you note from the director. See. And didn't it just give you like a weird, warm, fuzzy feeling that you were like, this is special? I love those things. And because I like that's kind of how I've looked at a lot of the stuff that I've been putting together to like put up whatever my little Etsy store is going to be, whatever the fuck I do, is instead of thinking like, well, what do people like? Whatever, I think like, what do I like? It's so much more fun. A, I really like the art that I make, and B, it's way more fun to do. And I tend to have very basic opinion. Like, we tend to have a lot in common. I feel like I'm very basic, for lack of a better word. So, like, what I like tends to it's alright. I've got okay taste, I guess. It's basic. Oh, really? Oh, I think that and that's you know what's really sad about that, Gloomy, is I'm sure there are a lot of people who legitimately were fucked by the COVID thing and couldn't pay rent and got kicked out, and it's people like that bitch that ruined it for them. Liars. Who were like, "Oh, fuck that, I'll just abuse the system." That's just infuriating, I'm sure you agree. I don't need to say it. It's always the few shitty that ruin it for the many, right? It's fucking stupid. Thing I learned from being commissioned is people don't buy your shit if they don't like your shit. Yeah. I mean, 100%. Yeah. I am. I mean, staging, come on. How long did I have Uggs? I had them until literally, like, I had to throw them away because they started to growl at night. And I just couldn't afford to feed another mouth. You know what I'm saying? But they were great house shoes. Super comfy. Right. Always. She's so high. She's such a sweet baby. I've got basic woodworking skills that then I watched my friend make his own beautiful cutting boards and furniture, and I feel like a pleb. One of my favorite things to do is to watch, like, time lapses of painters on YouTube and stuff, and all it does is make me feel, like, super terrible at everything I do, but I still love them. Like, I watch them and I'm like, "Why do I even try?" Huh. Anyways, and then I keep trying. I don't know. Maybe it's because I have short-term memory loss and I'm just forgetting. I know. Little Victorian child. It's time. I wanna yell in British at her, but I'm scared. No, I gave her actual dog CBD treats. They have those. Pet stores, they have them behind, like, little locked glass, sliding, like, little little glass cabinets. But, yeah, they've specifically formulated CBD treats and stuff, and then you can get, like, tincture drops and stuff. But, yeah, I got CBD treats for her because I wanted to slow her down. It feels a little bad, like I'm drugging my dog, but dogs, they're still puppies. They're only 3 years old, and she doesn't know any better, and I don't want her, like, getting goofy and fucking her leg up again, so I conked her. I conked them both actually because I didn't want him. I mean, it's crazy though, because so like for instance, CBD in one of our things, like we'd eat like 10 milligrams of CBD or whatever. One treat is like 0.5 milligrams of CBD, and it knocks them on their fucking asses. Like I even had to knock myself down. I got them their weight class of the CBD treats, and it put them out. So I got them it's like for dogs that are 20 to 50 pounds or whatever. They're like 80 pounds. Ugh, I get that. I don't wanna drug my dogs, I just wanna slow them down a little bit, and those big ones really drugged them. They were fucking out. I haven't. I have human CBD. Human CBD tends to be way higher dose, and I'm assuming it's because we have more complex systems and we've probably, presumptuously abused our livers and kidneys with lots of painkillers, so we need higher doses, and we're, you know, cognizant of it. But, like, when a few years back when I had my fucking mental breakdown, before my meds kicked in because I was on the type of meds that take, like, 6 to 8 weeks to be fully effective, I would eat CBD gummies. Like, before bed, I would usually pop 2 10-milligram CBD gummies, and then sometime in the morning around, like, 3 or 4 AM, I would usually wake up in the middle of a panic attack that had just started while I was sleeping, and I'd have to pop 2 more. It was the only way I was surviving until my drugs kicked in. It was wild. I was, like, literally a squirrel on crack, just anxiety. The embodiment of. The vet prescribed her cocaine and a long visit to the seaside for her wellness. Dr. Kellogg comes with many good reviews. I sense a sour tone. Must we converse? I know, Donna, I'm sorry. It was the closures, like, are the most expensive part. It's crazy. I didn't realize that, and I just had to wait till I got paid. I guess that makes sense, though. They are kind of like a little machine. Huh. I wonder how they put those together now. You know what I mean? Just like the basic ass, like the little lobster. I wonder if a machine puts those together. Now I'm totally understanding why they're so expensive. Huh. Never really thought about that. I don't know if little hands put them together. Oh my god, you can always talk about it. I have it in such a fucking special place, and I've been literally haunting my mailbox waiting for these goddamn closures so I could fucking finish it for you. Ugh. As well as finishing all the giveaway shit, but that's been much less stressful. I hate when I don't have control of something, like waiting for something in the mail. Oh my god. Like I want to go out there and be like, post office man, but I wouldn't because he'd never come back. But I want to. Oh, the high lung and dude. We watched that recently together. I think him and I. I want to get super big and just watch videos of stuff being made just to blow my own mind. Oh my god, do you like watching people make tiny things? I have a creator I could give you before the end of stream. It's amazing. He makes like I'm gonna show you. Hold on. I got a minute before I have to wake up the sleeping Victorian child. Dude, Postman Pat gonna get fucking smacked on accident. Oh, dude, watching how things works is kind of how things that everyday objects that we never really think about how they work is kind of fucking fascinating. Yeah. No, that's actually very, very cool. I watched one recently on how earbuds are made. Like just your everyday like Apple earpods or whatever they are. Wow. Big wow. Much, much better. I'm still giving her like I still gave her a CBD treat this morning just to keep her calm and slow because she's not limping on it anymore, but I have a feeling it's like right on the edge. You know where people like not myself would be like, it feels semi better. I'm gonna go do everything I normally do and maybe re-injure it, but I'm not gonna pay attention to that likelihood. I feel like she's at that point, so I just gave her a CBD treat to keep her slow. Wait, is subscribe meaning Twitch? Like this is someone I need to follow on Twitch? Do I need to write this name down? Because that is something I can't even say, let alone remember. Hold on. Ari. I might know them. Oh, YouTube. Oh, okay, cool. That's easier. I'm really bad with names, so it's possible I might know who they are, but I will look for them. The one I wanted to show you. Is it this one? No. That one? No. Yeah, Studson Studios. Have you ever heard of Studson Studio on YouTube? It's the best. Oh, I'm just gonna show you the very beginning of the video. The videos are literally up to an hour long, sometimes 2 hours long, because what he does, he kinda does what I do, but on a way more impressive scale. He uses reclaimed bits and bobs and trash and pieces of things and creates real models of I'm just gonna check him out. I'm gonna put the link in chat for you because I feel like if you need something relaxing to get stoned to or just something to chill out to, he has tons. Playlists. And they're all like this. I mean, he doesn't do it on purpose, but it's almost kind of like that just calm ASMR stuff. Oh, they're not word. Oh my god. Not nice that I was in a different tab and didn't realize the words of the song weren't actually words. I mean, some of them were words. Ocean, titty. No, that's pretty fucking fantastic. Oh, fuck, did I not copy it? Shit balls. Ball fuck. He's got a ton of videos. That was how I found him, I think, was this one, because I love Howl's Moving Castle. It's one of my favorite Ghiblis. And when I found that, I was like, holy titty Christ, what a fucking talented human being. And it's just like literally the sugar on top that he uses, all trash. It's all reclaimed shit. It's not like, you have to go to Michael's and spend your take home to do anything he does or try to do. Oh my God, I forgot, he makes the bathhouse from Spirited Away. Watch that one. Oh my God, I forgot he made that one. He does this, just watch them. They're so fucking good. You're welcome. On that note, I'm gonna find someone cool to raid if you so wish to hang out with them. Because I have to go take my dogs outside and baby that haunted Victorian child. But tomorrow's Sunday, which normally is therapy day. However, Katie got therapy moved to Wednesday nights. So, last week we were talking about it, and y'all gave me some good suggestions for books to accompany my book that I always forget the name of, but it's literally right up on a shelf right there that Lizzie gave me. That's like haunting medical stories as opposed to the Bible, and I think it'd be cool to read it together and talk about it like we're super cool book people. Or just be haunted. I don't fucking know, but I'm excited. The book that Lizzie got me, what is it? I don't know. I've looked at it so many times. I can see the cover of it with this doctor sitting on the edge of a gurney looking very worn out and like he wants to die. But it's basically a doctor that went through the entire program, did his residency and everything, and then just quit and wrote a book about his experience of medical school and medicine and stuff like that. And Lizzie said it's dark and funny and pretty good. And there was one other one that I got on my iPad digitally that I just wanted, like, in case one or the other gets heavy, because sometimes medical shit can get real fucking dark and real heavy. Something to lighten the mood. And I can't remember which way I went with it, but I'll have them with me tomorrow. My iPad's in my bedroom. But that's the plan for tomorrow. I know a lot of people wanted me to reach out and try to, like, read other religious texts. The only reason I read the Bible is, A, I was raised Catholic, and I felt like being raised gave me the right to, I can poke fun. But I know I'm good reading other religious texts as an educational standpoint, but I'm really scared as to the amount of work my mods might have to put in when assholes just casually coming by the stream hear that we might be reading, for instance, the Quran. I don't need that kind of hate proliferating in our chat, and attracting it just seems like a bad idea. It's like shit and flies, you know what I mean? Not saying the Quran's shit, but it's just it attracts mostly just I don't even want it here. I just don't want it here. If I can ever come up with a way for us to educate ourselves in other theological texts without, you know, being offensive and dumb and white, I'll try to figure it out. But until then, scary medical stories should be kind of fun. Or at least funny. Funny, scary, not scary. Funny, like, the stories where someone survives, but you're like, how and why? And if that happened to me, would I want to? Nobody knows. I love those. I love them. The last book we read that was kind of like this was what was it? It was The Royal Art of Poison. And it was like the history of poison, literally, and like historical figures, and it went all the way through up until you got to like the Medici family and the fucking like poison factories they had, which I had no idea. Wild. And they lived in the fucking Vatican. I don't know. The world is insane. I just didn't even know. I have a chemistry degree, and so it was really something I'd, been like very casually interested in most of my life. But, poison history isn't exactly, although we did learn how to make meth. But that might have been because Breaking Bad was filming. We didn't learn a lot about like history of poison or anything like that, or how historical figures found out how to make poisons or anything, because they weren't using chemistry. They were just like, using a mortar pestle and like, slave, try this. Oh, this is very, that's not a good one. Next, not the best methods. Um, but I think we can do better. I think we can. It's still fun to read about it. I'm just really desperately trying to think of that other book. Fuck. Man, I don't remember names and stuff. Let's see. Ooh, L. I haven't rated L in a bit. We're gonna rate L Bell. I love you guys. Be good. Good choices. If I don't see you tomorrow, I totally understand. I know I haven't streamed on a Sunday in like a couple months because I've been trying to get my therapy on a day where I don't have. It's not like in the middle of the fucking day and just like guts your day in half. It sucks. And I finally got it. It's late at night on Wednesdays, but I think it'll be fine. I'll probably be relaxed, which is a good thing. But I'm excited to see y'all tomorrow, and then Sunday is when I do TTRPGs over on twitch.tv/The Wandering Inn. I get to play a really snotty teenager in circa 1995 who may or may not have some really fucking evolved magic shit going on lately. If you didn't see last week's episode, I highly advise you watch it. I'm still like my brain hasn't stopped thinking about it. I'm obsessed. I became infinitely cooler in my mind. Maybe gross to you, but really fucking cool to me. And that's what's important. Maybe. Donna, I will never be able to express what that means to me. I love you. Be good. Mushy shit.